has changed. Game development has changed. In 2019, GDUX was created as a platform to give a voice to all game developers. It is a virtual conference made by game devs for game devs. It was a groundbreaking idea. However, this year, everybody and their mom is throwing a virtual conference. But what sets GDUX apart from all these copycats is that we have presenters telling their story not just about their wins, but also highlighting their hardships to become successful. For 3 days straight, from June 1st to the 3rd, anybody with an internet connection can tune in to arm themselves with the best tools and advice to not only survive the industry, but thrive.
We have speakers that will teach you how to survive long term and demystify marketing. Come and learn how to protect your own work and your brand. We review a case study from an indie game and understand the conceptual process behind it. Overall, look at the game industry and move forward with a business mindset, and teach you how to navigate that world through the lens of an artist. We will discuss important topics like the emerging market of user-generated content and what that means to us developers from a legal standpoint. Furthermore, take measure the tools that we have thus far and talk about how to move across different industries outside of games. We will acknowledge how game development is evolving and how we can remove technical barriers to make games faster. But that's not all. We have amazing developers that will be streaming gameplay live and provide behind-the-scenes commentary of the development of these games, such as Sky, The Children of Light, Figment, Creep Valley, Anew, The Distant Light. Finally, to cap off the best virtual game conference ever, we'll be doing technical breakdowns of amazing personal art projects to get you to approach your projects with a bigger purpose.
For your own well-being, I hope to see you there on June 1st. This is an official call for all game devs to report to gdux.me immediately. Blue Champs, over.
Good morning. The time has come and GDUX has finally begun. I am your host, Brandon Pham, and for the next 3 days I will be here moderating our panel of amazing presenters that will be bringing you raw truths about the game industry and telling you about their hero's journey. They would detail their guide to success and highlight what their hardships were and how they overcame it. So, welcome from wherever you are streaming us from. I would like to remind you at this time that we do have an active Discord channel where you can find the link at the website, gdux.me, gdux.me. Feel free to drop in to conversate with other viewers or even interact with the presenters themselves throughout the conference. In addition, if you'd like to be part of the GDUX history and be part of the show, I will be opening up the caller hotline within the Discord channel in between all speakers and presenters and chat with you live to kind of get more insight about what's going on out there to the general masses. As always, you can ask questions in any of these social chat rooms. I do have my little birds out there doing recon to get those questions over to me and get you those answers. Another way to help spread the love and stay engaged is to tweet at gdux.me and at Blue Champs. I spent my whole kids' college education on buying this one-of-a-kind desk plate, so please justify it by tweeting at me. I will read them. It's what I live for your tweets. Also, as part of the fun, I want to mention the good folks at Masterpiece VR. They are a 3D software. One second. They are a 3D software that are about virtual reality and creating and making tools super easy for you and make it even easier. So a slight technical difficulty, so give me a sec right here. There we go. Part of the live stream is that things are going to mess up. So also, as part of the fun, I want to again mention the good folks at Masterpiece VR. They are 3D application software centered around using VR technology to make good and great game development easier and faster. They happen to be our sponsor for this year's GDUX.me event. And for the next 3 days, we'll be giving away 10 free 1-year indie license for Masterpiece VR. All you have to do is go to GDUX.me to sign up to the mailing list and tweet again at GDUX.me and at Masterpiece VR on how you're enjoying the show. So the instructions are pretty simple, however. Feel free to go to GDUX.me, again, GDUX.me, and give it a read, and to make sure you don't mess that one up. All right. So I'm going to read this last part because my teleprompter is like killing on me. So, and at Mr. Peace VR on how you're enjoying the show. The instructions are pretty simple. However, feel free to go to GDUX.me and read it over and don't mess that one up like I am right now. Lastly, I am trying to do this and I'm truly a one-man army. What you see is built with all my blood, sweat, and tears. If you can't tell, GDUX isn't controlled or backed by any major corporation. I'm in a model motel room, for God's sake. So any donations greatly appreciated and is put into organizing the next GDUX event. So go to GDUX.me and hit the Make It Rain button at any point of the live stream for the next 3 days and literally make your cold, hard-earned cash fall from the sky and into my room. So seriously, $1 goes a long way, $2 goes a bit further, and so on and so forth. Okay, so before we kick off the best virtual game dev conference ever, I do want to spend a moment with everyone to acknowledge what's going on right now in the country. It's been made pretty clear that, this just in, 2020 sucks. So there is social unrest everywhere and frustration pouring out in all the major cities across the states. And it is heartbreaking and rageful to see what is going on right now on top of dealing with a pandemic. I want to personally extend my sympathies for all the parties that are involved that feel their voices aren't being heard. And even though GDUX was created a year ago to provide a voice and platform to game devs, my aim has always been to better the individual who works in the game industry. And it's still a very niche thing to do compared to the bigger issues that we are facing right now. But it's something I'm very passionate about, and I just want to do my small part to help my fellow colleagues and the people I've met throughout my career in this great industry to have a more joyful and successful experience. So if any way I can provide some entertainment as well as dish out some education the next few days that can help prepare your career forward, I'll be honored to help whatever way that I can. Now, I know what everyone is thinking. Why am I dressed this way? The answer is simple. I'm a goddamn vet, and I've been in the trenches of the game industry for over 12 years now. Although not everyone outwardly expresses themselves so openly as I do. This is how an experienced game developer look and feel like in the inside. Battle-worn and tested. I come from a background of working on AAA games, and it wasn't until 5 years ago where I began exploring a way outside my 9-to-5 job, which is how the podcast Game Dev Unchained was born. What started as me bitching about the industry with my friend quickly turned into seeking successful professionals who have moved past the distractions of office, politics, crunching, and job insecurities. And after 250 episodes, talking to hundreds of these experts, I finally learned enough to step out of my comfort zone and have been running my own business for the past 2 years and work solely for myself. Now, GDUX isn't just about quitting your day job. It's more than that, because that's what I've learned is people in the industry define success in a variety of different ways. For me, I just wanted to be home with my family, have more control over my future. But you, and for anyone that is watching, and what you will hear over the next 3 days, are stories that are drastically different, that will walk away, at least get you to walk away from this conference or roll away from your computer with your chair, made at least aware of these options that leverages your particular unique set of skills. So it's clear that I've been spending the last 6 months bringing together a fantastic array of presenters to help you win. I'm not going to lie. Quarantining because of COVID-19 has really sucked, but I've been pretty productive to put this all together for you for free. So hit that Make It Rain button. Although production cost has been tight, This is a true indie game dev conference run by game dev. I've been taking shortcuts and, converted my my motel room. Oh wow! I see my video turn off. One sec. Man, the illusion is breaking everywhere. I mean, this is part of the fun, right? Being exposed. So anyways, going back. So I've been spending the last year, or last 6 months, kind of organizing everything together. And to make sure that that I'm bringing the best GDUX that I can, to bring you the best information that I can, to you and to your homes. So last year when I ran the first GDUX, it was one of the first virtual game dev conference ever thrown. At least for GDUX, it was on a very short list of virtual game dev conference last year. This year, because of the pandemic, everybody is throwing a one, which is great. However, man, they have been so hard to watch. It's just pretty much a Zoom call for like 6 hours, basically making it feel like going to work. So I knew how to step it up, at least set up a camera instead of a webcam, to kind of do my best to bring you the conference that you guys deserve. So as I'm stepping it up, setting this camera, being in quarantine, and being responsible, the couple things that I want to bring out to you guys is that the next few days is going to be a lot of fun. Entertainment is first, education is second. We want to make sure that game developers all out there are getting the information that they need, and this is the place to be if you have been kind of nose in the sand and just working hard and trying to get through these hard times, at least, right? Every time I make a cut, that means I'm making an adjustment. So in post, you won't see any of this. But this is part of the live stream, man. You guys come here for mistakes and accidents, right? I mean, that's part of the fun. So for damn sure that this is live. So maybe the next GDUX will be at a fancy auditorium when the pandemic is over. But even my motel room office is already looking better than what's out there so far. So it's not powered by Unreal Engine 5, but at least it's not running on Zoom. Anyways, I've been rambling. So for today's program and the next 3 days, in between the presenters, I will be introducing interviews I have gathered the past 6 months and checking in with how COVID-19 has impacted the industry. Remote working has been a dream of mine for a long time, but the majority of studios were stuck with the tradition of being in an office and refused to change their ways. So obviously once the pandemic hit, it changed everything. It was a wake-up call long overdue. However, where game devs and game studios, were they ready for doing remote working so drastically? I mean, I've been investigating this in my Unchained reports, and I've been asking around, essentially, to a group of friends to make sure that, we're getting this information to you guys. So, as a reminder, go to gdux.me to kind of get the full panel of the next day or 2 or 3 days of speakers, and we're going to have a lot of fun. So this next clip I'm going to show you guys is finding exactly how game devs are coping with the pandemic.
So let's kind of start this off in the right way. It's been about a month since we talked about, or actually caught up, all right? So it's been another month of COVID. Kind of want to hear your thoughts and updates within your own network, personally, professionally, everything. Just to give people out there a little preview of what your life is all about right now.
It's the same as it's been since we started, right? So I'm just working from home. I'm in my office like pretty much all day, from anywhere from 6 in the morning or 7 in the morning until 5 or 6 at night. Take a couple of breaks for lunch and whatnot, but that's it, And then on the weekends, staying home. Although I go out sometimes, to go get things if I need them, but otherwise, it's the same. It's the same it's been,
How are you hearing from companies? I mean, we all know you're very connected, right? We were kind of laughing at the horror show that most companies are going through. The poor IT departments being crossed with wires, essentially.
Yeah.
Would love to kind of hear your thoughts. Have things kind of plateau, gotten better?
Yeah, from what I'm hearing, people are working. They have some sort of setups going on. Of course, for some people, it's not ideal, but it feels like everybody was scrambling in the beginning, and now people are actually working, right? But it's still, I think, people are being more impacted by having like kids at home and having to balance, managing their children and working from home, and that's been a struggle for people for sure.
This is certainly a strange time for the entire world, and especially for the game development industry. While with quarantines, there are more people playing games, it's had a really negative impact on people who are pre-launch, particularly people who are looking for funding and networking connections. GDC and E3 are really important events for game developers, especially those who are currently looking for publishers or funding. And that puts them in a really hard financial place to not be able to go to those conferences and make those connections in person. Additionally, many developers who are indie or just getting the start in their careers invested a lot of finances in attempting to attend GDC. With GDC's postponement, unfortunately, there's many non-refundable tickets and hotel reservations, which is negatively impacting those developers who invested that financial amount into attending GDC, and now see that as a loss, and they might not have the finances to attend another event or to make up for it.
It's been a change for sure, but I think the world never played that many video games as today. So all our customers are all these game. It's a bit complex to organize now that everybody is working from home. But the number of players grew, and also extensions like VR headsets have never sold that well. And so people have time for video games. People have time to try new things also. Very good times for the video game industry, I would say. Even if it's complex to organize, it's good movement for the industry.
What's your view on it, Jeremy? How are things over there on the development side?
I mean, yeah, I think for us it's been an adjustment as well, and I think I think the way we work is somewhat similar to Game Studio. We're still, even though we're in a big company, we're a small part of the big company, and we have small teams and all working from home. So it's been a challenge, but after the first couple of weeks, I think feels like the new normal, and things are going on smoothly. But yeah, it's definitely a change.
Yeah, I mean, it's a I'm sure it's no different than what a lot of folks are dealing with. For me personally, it's not a whole lot different. I work on a remote location anyways. I live in New Hampshire, and our corporate office is in Minneapolis, and we development sites are in Alameda, California, and Wokingham, UK, etc. We have a number of different sites. So if I'm not on the road visiting customers or going to GDC, things like that, I'm typically working from home. So for me personally, the routine's pretty normal. For the company, it's definitely been a change. All of our teams, finance, marketing, development, everybody's made the shift to working remote, and we've handled it really well. I mean, I think we kind of got ahead of it a little bit. We kind of anticipated it, so we made sure our infrastructure was ready, and so the teams, our development teams I think they're actually going faster than before. I think people, they tend to, when they're home, you almost tend to work more. I think the traditional negative connotation of people working from home is that they're not going to work as much. They're going to hang out with their family and friends. They're going to goof off, whatever. But I think the reality is, and I'd like to get your opinion based on what you're hearing, is that people almost tend to work harder. They tend to work longer because work never really, there's no break point. So work never really stops, nights, weekends, etc. So it's actually on our minds and the management team of how do we keep people from burning out, right? How do we make sure they're taking the break of, work versus life?
Yeah, well, the government told us to stay inside pretty much, but people are ignoring it for some parts. So when I'm living on a big street, and when I look outside of the window, I see groups of people gathering and stuff like that. I stay inside for the most part and play video games. I have no project right now. I'm on vacation, and next week I will enter home office again, I think. Yes.
Perfect.
So I'm just working from home. The job I do is a part-time job, so I work 3 days, and 4 days I work on my own stuff. But right now I don't have any personal project or anything in the pipeline. I just finished a commercial job, a logo animation for a video game. But other than that, I just play online games.
We've got work for home for people who've been there for a while. But it's like super, like if you absolutely need it. It's not like a every week thing, and it's definitely not something that most people do. It's kind of like if you want to sneak in some overtime hours, or if you're not feeling too well, but you can still work from home. That's been the case for most of the time there. But since the COVID-19 thing broke out, we went full remote. So the whole studio had to get ramped up in like 2 or 3 days. So IT and like all of our programmers and stuff and the producers, everybody's trying to get everybody organized and get anything people needed. Like there's people that we work with that like didn't even have like personal computers that could run Unreal Engine and stuff. So they had to like build personal kits for people to take home in some cases, and then make sure everybody's, hard drives and stuff were clear and good enough to run like all of our stuff. So they had to get all that stuff ramped up like super fast, dude. It was crazy. And then not only that, we had to stagger when people would come pick things up because of the social distancing thing. So yeah.
So ITs are pretty much on the front lines like doctors right now, touching everybody's stuff.
Yeah, exactly, dude. For sure, man.
Yeah, it's one of those crazier thoughts. So it took you guys a couple weeks. Is everyone pretty much set up right now? Did you guys have enough rigs to kind of hand out to everyone, or do you guys have to order stuff, like you said, just to supply people with things?
Most people were able to get set up at home. We're a studio full of nerdos, so most nerdos have good like computers at the house,
Yeah.
So most people, it was just a matter of like VPNing in, which is like a lot easier to set up. But there was like a few cases where people like only had Mac or something like that, and didn't have like a Windows partition. So in those cases, I don't even know what the percentage is. Maybe like 2 or 3% of the studio needed rigs or something. But yeah, not too bad, not too painful.
Right. I mean, just talking to your friends, I know you've been in the industry for a while. You probably have a lot that you're speaking to, especially in this time where we're like talking to more people. That's the funny thing, right? During work hours, we're talking to more people now because of the social distancing stuff. What are the situations? You don't have to name any studios. How are they faring? Are they doing just as well or worse?
I've been really surprised, man. Like I said, like I worked in visual effects in the past and stuff. I worked at like Frame Store and Moving Picture Company and Double Negative, Frame Store, and Digital Domain. And like I've been following them on social media a little bit and seeing how they've been handling it, because a lot of their stuff is like a lot more, it's all client based. So like having clients trusting employees to work on their stuff from home is like something that's never been a thing. So it's pretty cool seeing like how, as these different industries are handling it, there's been like a lot more trust in the artists and people doing stuff and like being trusted to do the right thing at home. And hopefully this will kind of set a precedent for the future, right? Like it'd be sick if a lot of these industries, you can start moving towards that, right?
We go. Oh my god, see, this is part of the fun. So this is Moo Yu. Yeah, no worries. They can't hear you just yet, so they're just hearing me. So let me introduce you real quick. So Moo Yu has taken a seemingly bizarre 15-year route through the game industry with stops in AAA, Facebook, mobile, indie, and even children's web games. He'll attempt to make sense of this by discussing his strategy of investing in himself to fight the constant battle and finding a place in the ever-changing industry. So right now, you are piped in. How are you doing, you, Moo?
Yeah, not bad, not bad.
I keep referencing. Oh my god, man. This is part of the live live blunders. I got to get the jitters out, dude. But thank you for coming on and kind of sitting and being there in the room with me while I do this, at least to kick things off. Oh my god, see my temperature.
No thanks for, I know.
It's getting too hot. Yeah, let me go over and cut over to you. All right.
You can just hide in the background.
I know, right?
Cool. Should I just go?
Yeah, so anytime that you're ready, go ahead and get started.
Yeah, how's it going, everyone? As Brandon mentioned, my name's Moo Yu, and I've been in the industry for a little bit over 15 years now. Mostly I've been a gameplay programmer, but I do wear lots of different hats at different times, and I'll kind of get onto that as we go on. And I don't need to do too long of an intro because basically the whole talk is a giant long intro. So yeah, let's get started. I guess the question that I found myself thinking about is just, do I belong in the industry? And it's a question that I constantly end up asking myself. And as time goes on, I feel like what it means to me changes dramatically, but I'm always trying to think of, do I belong in this industry, or should I go do something else? Is it welcoming to me? That kind of thing. But yeah, I'm going to talk about some of the times I've asked the question, how it's changed throughout my career, and some of the things and actions I've taken to adapt to the industry. So, we got to start at the beginning. So the first time I found myself asking the question if I belonged in the industry was right after my Insomniac Games interview. It was finals week in college. I was, I just spent 2 hours in their offices and I was blown away. It was really magical. And I just thought there's got to be some way that I can be part of this thing. But at the same time, I could see like how competent they were and how smart everyone was. And I just felt like there's no way they're going to let me join this company. So yeah, I remember that eerie feeling, and I remember it was really punctuated because I'll tell the long story another time, but I accidentally almost stole a car on my way back to getting home, and that was really, really weird. But it was just a really surreal experience. But the thing I wanted to focus on is that the first time I was asking, do I belong in the industry, it was a question that I was asking other people to answer. You know, it wasn't something I was thinking about myself or anything. It was very much, what does Insomniac Games think, and do they think that I'm a fit for their company and the industry? It was completely out of my hands, and it was a really, you know, I guess natural place to be, but it was definitely powerless from my perspective. And when I look back on it now, it really seems like an attitude that is a little bit dangerous at times, because, you know, having that mentality, you'll work on any project, you'll work on, you know, pretty much anything, you'll work crazy hours, you'll do things that maybe you shouldn't be doing if you were thinking about yourself. But yeah, I was lucky enough that they did, you know, let me, you know, come on to work on Ratchet and Clank. I didn't get the position I applied for, but they gave me a different one. And it was cool. Like 4 days later, I walked into the Insomniac offices, I sat down at my desk, and I felt like, this is crazy. Like I feel like I belong in this industry. Like they've welcomed me in. I've kind of got past the gates. But then I started trying to work, and I thought I was a pretty good programmer at college. You know, like I taught a lot of people other stuff. Like I was usually the lead of my project, but I didn't know what I was doing. And I really, really struggled for the first week, and then the second week I struggled even more, and the third week was terrifying. I remember I came in on the Monday of the third week, and two of us had been hired at the same time, the guy that got the position I applied for and me. And I come in on the third week and he's gone. And I didn't even know what to think. And I asked what happened. They said, you know, they had to let the guy go because he just wasn't keeping up with, you know, the rate of technology and how fast it was moving. And they just thought that he was sort of left behind. And that terrified me. Just the idea that I just got in the industry and I didn't realize that at any point the industry can just move out from under you. And that really defined my thinking of my first couple years in the industry. So yeah, 2 weeks later, I find myself thinking like, my version of do I belong in the industry now is constantly thinking, am I good enough skill-wise? Am I staying ahead of the curve? Am I learning things fast enough? And the terrifying afterthought is like, even if that's true now, like how long is that going to last? So I really became obsessed with becoming the best programmer that I could be. But I think the good thing is that I was asking a question of myself, but I think the bad thing was that I was very much defining myself in terms of what the industry needed from me, and specifically what Insomniac needed of me. And it wasn't that they wanted anything bad of me, but it was just that I was very much in the mindset of just serving someone else. And I think that gets a little bit dangerous. And for me, where it started getting a little bit, the table started turning a little bit, and I started thinking a little bit more, was one of my friends got in contact with me, and I call him my friend, but this guy was like 8 years older than me, and we went to church together when I was a kid, and I always looked up to him. And one of the reasons I had interest in programming was that he became a professional programmer. My parents told me that he was making lots of money, and it was great. And when I started Insomniac, he was sort of like, oh my God, how did you get this amazing job? I really look up to you. Can you help me out? And I was like, you've been programming for like 10 years. What do you mean? I don't understand. And he explained to me that, he had a job at a government agency where they did a very narrow thing. And the first year, he was learning all kinds of new things on how to do the kinds of simulations that they were doing. But for the last 9 years, he was just kind of doing the 1 year of experience 10 times. And I just thought, it really, really hit me because I just worked on, Ratchet and Clank 3, Ratchet and Clank 4, Ratchet and Clank 5. I started thinking like, am I really learning new things anymore? Like, am I still developing? Because, in the back of my head, there's that industry that's going to slip out from under you. That's the thing that's constantly terrifying me. And I just felt like I can't do this. Like, I feel like I'm just going to get left behind if I just keep, typing out Ratchet games. And I had a friend that, basically called it that. He's like, it's typing time. You're not really thinking anymore about how you're developing things or what you're doing. You're just typing the game you already know how to do. And so the obvious thing would have been for me to move on to a game called Resistance. Insomniac was also developing this first-person shooter that was like, realistic graphics for the PlayStation 3 launch title. And I thought about that for 1 second, and immediately something inside of me was just like, no, you don't want to work on Resistance. And it was weird. Like, it just hadn't occurred to me that until that point that I really should be thinking about what do I want to work on. So I found myself thinking, well, Insomniac is definitely something I'm gonna have to move on to. But I have all these other questions about like, is this sustainable for me? Where do I want to go? And one of the questions I was asking is like, is it possible for me to have a life and make games at the same time? I was working just crazy hours at Insomniac, and they would ramp up at the end of each year when we went to release the game. And one of the side effects of that is any friends that I made around, July to September, I would disappear for 3 months, and then come, the next couple of months, it's time to make new friends because everyone's already, forgotten me. So that was one big question that was on my mind. The second thing is like, can I actually develop as a programmer? Like, can I find somewhere where I can keep learning more about programming and, fight that curve and prevent the industry tidal wave from crashing on me? And I wasn't sure, but like I think that was the one I was most optimistic about. But the thing that I thought was most interesting was that I started thinking about like, do I want to make the games that the industry wants me to make? And that actually was a line in the sand for me. And I think, I mean, you'll see very shortly that I was very much tested on this. And I think the decision that I made is like, I need to find somewhere that I can keep learning to program better. And then I need to work somewhere where I'm not making basically murder simulators. And so those are the two ground rules I set for myself to like find a place in the industry. And like, it may have been just the worst time possible to grow a backbone. Because I asked around all the LA studios and checked out what they were working on. Everyone's working on, games where you have assault rifles or pistols at the very least, and you're shooting people. And I asked around, some more studios in California, and like I talked to recruiters that did like sort of like a nationwide search for me, and every project was, some kind of gray or brown shooter. I think it was the year that like Half-Life 2 came out, and Doom 3 and Gears of War, and even like I think they just released a Halo and didn't make another one for ages. So I think at that point I kind of thought maybe the games industry isn't for me, and I just kind of resigned myself to start looking for jobs elsewhere. But luckily I got bailed out because at GDC 2007 Little Big Planet was announced, and one of my friends happened to have a connection there, and it was just the perfect game. Like in the same way that Viscerally Resistance was a game like I knew I didn't want to work on, Little Big Planet was everything I was hoping for. So it was creativity, it was cooperation, it was really lovely in terms of like the vibe and the bright colors. And so I luckily got a meeting with the Media Molecule team at E3 when they were in town in LA. And luckily for me, they wanted me to join their team. So I packed up my bags and moved to the UK, where I still am now. And I joined the Little Big Planet team, and it was just an amazing experience. I mean, it was like, I think about like when I went from thinking I was a smart guy in college and going to Insomniac and being definitely the dumbest person in the room. It was that again. And so just being in a room full of talent was really inspiring. I learned so much about programming. But I think because of the creative tools we were developing, and also because I was able to sit in the game designer area, I learned actually it wasn't the programming skills that were going to get me to my next step in my career. Like I very much realized that, like it's how I interact with people, and it's how I take the time to understand what a game designer is trying to do, or what an artist is trying to do with a feature, and like how can I make the tools that make their lives easier, or make the tools that match the way that they think about their creative process. So yeah, I had a really great time working on Little Big Planet. And lo and behold, there's a pattern in the industry. They said, oh, and we're going to start working on Little Big Planet 2. And I immediately just thought back to what my friend had said about the same year of experience 10 times. I just thought, okay, I need to move on, but I'm really inspired by what they've done. And so, I started thinking again, okay, this is the time that I was just like, okay, well, I saw what they did, and it really made me think, I can't just think about what I don't want to work on. I need to think about what is the actual change I want to have. Like what are the games I actually want to make? And instead of like, where the last step was, okay, what does the industry happen to be making? Do I want to make that? I started thinking about, well, like, how can I make the industry want the games I want to play and the games I want to make? And I think that was really important for me because I just thought back to that situation where I was sort of at the whim of the industry, that if I hadn't met the Media Molecule founders, I would have just left the industry. And I think there's so many talented, creative, interesting people that, you know, would be interested in the industry and would have come around looking at that time and just found a bunch of murder simulators and realized, oh, you know what, this is an industry for me, I'm moving on. So I just thought about how much talent we're losing and how I guess powerless I felt in that situation. So I started thinking about what are the kinds of games that I want to make. And so I guess the main thing was like I was focused on themes, you know, like I was focusing on how do I make a game with positive themes that engage new audiences. Because I guess the other part of it is that I felt like if I don't make the games that appeal to new types of players, I'm not going to be able to continue to make games that appeal to new types of players. Like it, you know, at the end of the day, it is the games industry and it is a business. And so for me, it was trying to think about how do we make the games that draw in new types of players to ensure that we can make a more broad range of games in the future. And I thought back to the Media Molecule founders and what they did, and I just thought, yeah, it was just amazing. You know, they came together, they decided what game they wanted to make, they made it. It was hugely profitable, and it was, you know, a huge cultural success. And I thought, well, I guess the way they did that was they started a company. So I decided it's time to start a company. So I started a Facebook games company, and we made a game called Monstrosity. And it was a game about nurturing little monsters. It was about playfulness and growth and creating safe environments for roleplay. And, you know, I really enjoyed working on it. And it's interesting because I always talk about this like it was like this massive disaster. But actually, I think there were a lot of things that went right. I mean, I think there's a lot more things that went wrong, obviously, and I'll get to that. But it was an interesting experience. I think, you know, it wasn't sustainable as a company, and we ended up having to shut it down. And it was, you know, incredibly stressful. I think the one thing that I remember the day I made the decision, and it was like, as a small team, I came to work, and the first thing I did was like I checked all the community messages and responded to them. Then I started working on some features that were requested, and then I started doing like some of the back-end programming because it was easier at that point for me to do the back-end programming than to ask our back-end programmer. And then I had to like do like our business development stuff. I was, you know, had pitches and phone calls to answer. And then I was doing QA on the features I just done, and I had a freelance artist that I was art directing, and it was way too much for me, and I just couldn't sustain it. And like every time we released new updates, like the revenue wasn't growing, and like the unsustainability of the business met the unsustainability of my stress, and I decided that we just had to shut the whole thing down. And so, interestingly, like after a failure like that, you'd think that I was ready to leave the industry again, and I was, you know, contemplating my state of existence, and I just, you know, would be in this state again where I'm just like, what am I doing? Do I belong here? But actually, I wasn't asking it at that moment, and I think the reason was kind of interesting. Like, I think firstly, like, it was a failure, but there were positives. Like, we had millions of players, we were making some money, not enough, and I didn't have enough help. But one thing that was really nice about not having enough help is that I got to try on so many different hats. And there's a lot of nice things about like being a small company and having to wear a lot of hats. And the first thing is that you just appreciate everyone that normally wears those hats. Like, I think before then, there's times where I'm like, this department, they're not pulling their weight, or their job's easy. Why are they making my life so hard? And really, everyone's job is hard. And I think it took trying to do a lot of those jobs to make me realize that. And I think the other thing is that because I had such a huge appreciation for some of these roles, like it made me just start appreciating that so much more in the people I met, and it started making me build a community of people that were really good at doing the things that I was really, really bad at. But the other side of things is that there were a lot of hats that I was wearing that I wasn't so bad at, and especially some that I was really surprised by. I think community management was something that I was surprisingly not bad at, and I really enjoyed. And despite being a programmer who usually is terrible at anything social, that was a big surprise to me. And I think I never would have gone down that route if I wasn't forced to. And I'm really glad that I did, because it's something I really enjoyed doing, even to this day. But the other one was business development. I just thought, business development is for, I thought business development for white guys who could shout really loud. And I actually, that wasn't my brand of it. But, when we were running the company, I got very close to raising money. And I think there was a point where, I was talking to VCs and they seemed really interested, but I didn't have the confidence that I could move forward and continue running the company, even if I had funding, that I just thought, it's not really worth pursuing these avenues and pitching. But I wanted to get better at business development and running a business. I just wasn't sure how. So I think I didn't want to leave the industry because I thought there's this thing I'm really excited about and I want to learn more about it. And so I needed to train up. And I guess this is sort of where I would have cut together a montage if I had any video editing skills. And I actually, have tried to edit videos, and it's one of those examples of things that you try and realize you're terrible at. So yeah, there's no montage video here. But I started thinking about what was it that helped me develop my programming skills early in my career, and could I replicate that same thing for business development? And the thing that I realized is, so when I came back and that seat was empty, I freaked out because that guy got fired. He had way more experience than I did. But then an hour or two later, someone moved into that seat, and that person actually ended up being my mentor for the next 2 or 3 years and taught me almost everything I know about game programming. And the thing that I realized most about him was that he made sure that I had a safe environment where I could experiment with things and take risks and fail. And he was a really, really important mentor to me. And the story I tell about my fondest memory of the video games industry is still the time that we were trying to make disc builds for Ratchet 3. It was the first, game I'd ever worked on. And they're like, we're going to make disc builds. And for weeks, they were like, okay, we're going to try and make the first disc build. And every time they're like, oh, the disc didn't build, the disc didn't build. And they'd be like, okay, we're making a disc build. Don't check anything in. We're making a disc build. And, for 2 weeks, they'd been saying that. And I'd never seen a disc had never been made. And so, again, they come through, say, don't check anything in. I check in stuff. And lo and behold, the disc builds. And the disc builds, and they load up the disc, and it crashes on load. And it's the thing I just checked in. And I was petrified. And I just remember, this guy, my mentor, Tony, they come back and they're just like, who checked in code? What's going on? Blah, blah, blah. And Tony was just like, just go make another disc. Leave us alone. This shit happens all the time. Go away. And it was just such an eye-opening moment for me because I felt like I was going to get fired. I always felt like I was going to get fired. But that Tony made sure that I was safe to take those risks and make mistakes. And he was always there to tell me, what risks I took that were good and what risks I took that were bad. And, it was pretty obvious to me when things paid off and when things blew up in my face as well. So I think that's the thing. I think, what I learned is that one, I had to really have a reason that I wanted to develop this skill, and it's because I didn't want to get fired. And I had to be bad at it to learn to get better. And I think one of the important things there is that I think about now is that there's times where I really want to develop a skill, but I don't actually try. I just do a bunch of research. And I feel like that's valuable, but that's not growing. I think it's not until you're actually trying to do something and failing at something that you do grow. And given that, I think the only way to grow is to have an environment where you have mentors and where you can fail and where it's safe. And so, yeah, I thought back to how I learned and developed my programming skills, and I thought I want to do that same thing for biz dev. And lucky enough, there was a company that was working really closely with us when we launched our Facebook game because they hadn't launched yet and they wanted information about, how they thought their launch was going to go. And so they, asked me a lot of things and asked me about a lot of the business decisions I was making and, gave me advice on things. But they said, they really valued me as a business person, and they wouldn't bring me on as a full-time business person, but they'd bring me on as a programmer. And but they'd still involve me in all game design and all business decisions. And I think a lot of companies would say that to recruit someone and then just fob them off when it came through. But really, this company was amazing to me. They were a Silicon Valley venture-backed company. They'd raised something like $2.5 million or something like that for the seed round. So, you know, it was really interesting for me to work with them and for them to let me try and make some decisions and try and contribute to the conversation, and for them to mentor me and teach me what I was doing wrong and why my first company failed. And it was just, you know, an incredible opportunity for me. And it just makes me think about, you know, people that provide those safe spaces for people to grow. And so, you know, I developed those skills, and I thought, I'm kind of at that point where I'm researching again and I'm not doing. And I thought, well, maybe it's time for me to try to test out my skills again. And I feel pretty good about my programming skills, and I feel okay about my business skills. So it was time to try again, and that was Knights and Bikes. So yeah, I was the sole programmer on the game. So I programmed the game, which had 3 different modes. One was that you could play single player with an AI partner, so the whole game had to work with either characters being AI, and for moments where both of them are AI, from weird bugs that we found, where both players were controlled locally for local co-op, and then for the version of the game that you could play online co-op. So yeah, I think that was really an aggressive goal for me, and I think it went well, and I, you know, still feel pretty good about my programming skills. And the business side, I think, went well too. I think, you know, we ran a successful Kickstarter campaign. We got a publishing deal shortly after that. We negotiated a book deal, and 3 incredible books have come out. So yeah, Knights and Bikes has 3 books based in this universe written by Gabrielle Kent, and they're on sale now. And we even signed like a deal for a TV series that's currently in development. So, you know, I think all around I felt like, okay, my skills are developing at a rate where I don't feel necessarily I need to like go back and find a safe space for growing my business skills. Like I feel pretty good about those 2 skill sets. So you think like after a success like that, I'd be like, of course I belong. You know, I'm awesome. I did everything. It was great and blah, 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 blah. But like, I find myself again, like asking, is there a place for me in the industry? And it's weird that like after my failure, I'm like, I definitely belong here. And then after my success, I'm like, I don't really know. But there's, you know, there's more to it. Like the first thing is that there's 2 things that have changed in, I guess, my life in the world. The first one is that last year my son was born. And as some of you can imagine, and some of you have experienced, when you have a child, like all of your priorities get shifted, all of your available time gets eaten up, and all of your financial risk tolerance just vanishes. Poof, in midair. And so that's changed a lot about my perspective on, you know, how I can take creative risks and that kind of thing. But the other thing is that my eyes were open to representation. And I think growing up as, you know, in a Chinese person in the Western world, I just kind of thought, they're never going to tell my story. Like, I'm never going to actually feel represented in the media. And, you know, I think, you know, every now and then something would come along and they'd be like, oh, this is like the next big Asian film. And I'd watch it and I'm like, I don't really get it. But what changed my mind first was a game called Florence. I think it did an incredible job of, you know, packaging a universal story that everyone could understand with like specific details that are specific to Florence and her heritage. And I really felt those things really, really strongly. I was on a plane back from GDC actually, and I was just crying my eyes out the whole time. And more recently, I saw the film Tiger Tail on Netflix by Alan Yang, and how specifically it captured the Taiwanese American immigrant experience was mind-blowing for me. Like, if you would have told me that they had spies inside my house and captured the story of my parents, I would have believed you. And I think actually feeling represented really opened my eyes to a lot of things, to how important that is. And I think representation matters for people, you know, who aren't represented enough so that they don't feel alone. But I think, you know, we're seeing now more than ever that representation matters for everyone else, just to remind, I mean, it's sad that it requires reminding, but to remind everyone that we're all human and we should all be treated as such. And so those are the 2 things that are really on my mind now, as a games person, of just like, can I make games that tell new stories? And can I do that without, you know, leaving my family abandoned on the street, basically? So yeah, it gets so complicated for me now because I guess the first question is like, are there new stories that I can help tell? And it even makes me think like, do I have a story to tell? And I'm not really sure yet. And it makes me think about like, well, are there people out there who want to work with me that have these stories that I could help tell? But then there's the other side of like, is there a financial balance for trying to change the industry and change the audience and build an audience without, incurring the huge financial risk on myself? And I'm just getting older and older, and I think about how long, I've been working on Knights and Bikes, and it makes me wonder, like, do I still have time to try to make these changes and to try and grow and try and learn the new skills I need? So yeah, I mean, I'm genuinely in a phase right now where I'm asking myself if I belong in the industry. And I have some time to make the decision. Like, one, like, I'm not of sound mind. I'm not sleeping because the baby doesn't let me. But I still have some work on Knights and Bikes to finish up. So, that's one thing to focus on. And I'm working also at a company where I do get to work with a writer and think about storytelling and the tools for storytelling and that kind of stuff. So I don't really know yet, but I still have time to decide, I feel. But what I do know is that, I need to skill up on storytelling skills myself and the skills required to help others tell stories. I need to find collaborators that have stories that they want to tell. But more importantly, like it's really important to me to make sure to contribute to making the industry a place where more people feel like they belong, because it's just a virtuous cycle. Like if we can't, have the audience for interesting new games, then we can't have the interesting new people to make them, and like so on and so forth. And I just feel like, that pinwheel has got to start somewhere. And one of the ways that I'm trying to help that out is I'm part of a group called Puck and Play. We're based in the UK and we're dedicated to supporting people of color in the games industry. But there's so many great initiatives going on right now on that front that I feel like that's, it's one of the things I do feel certain about in these really uncertain times. But yeah, that's sort of where I am. I wish I could have finished it with something more concrete and inspirational, but I don't know what's in my future. But I think the point of this talk is that it's really important to take the time to think about yourself, where you fit in the industry, where you want the industry to grow, and what growth you need to make that happen. And, and along with the growth you need, what environments you need to make that growth happen. So thanks for your time, everyone.
All right, Moo. Well, thank you, man. It has been a fantastic time. And, one of these things, being the first guy up, have always been a challenging proposition, but I think you did great. And I think your story especially is something that we all kind of look forward to as a game developer. Your journey is something very similar. Right? You're talking about all those times that you wanted to quit. I mean, during this stream, there were times that I wanted to quit because of things. Getting the jitters out all the time. It's always tough, man. It's always tough. But like as the day goes through and then getting the rhythm, it gets easier. So in the very short way of kind of summarizing your experience in the game industry, it feels a lot in that way. We keep going back to it because, at least for me, I don't know what else to do, man. I'm not really good at anything. I'm pretty useless with my hands, and I just love game development, and it's one of the biggest reasons why, because I feel like I see professionals such as yourself who have figured out a way, right, through this turmoil, through these confusing times. You've somehow kind of pieced together a path for yourself, and just learn by stumbling. Which is one of the biggest takeaway that I got from your talk.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the key is that like stumbling is a privilege of sorts, right? Like I think like having the ability to do so is something that I'm very grateful for. And I actually think about, the guy that taught me that lesson about the 1 year of development 10 times is that, he wasn't in a financial position where he could take a risk, where he could grow and learn and develop himself as a programmer and move to an industry like I did, because he did get in touch with me throughout the years, and he's always jealous of how I get to work in the games industry. And it's just a matter for him that like he needs his job and he can't take time off to like try and learn how to be a game programmer or anything like that. And I fully understand that it's a privilege I have, but I think it's a privilege I have, but hopefully I can use that privilege to, make the industry, less difficult to get into and more approachable for more kinds of people.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm gonna fixing my so I'm popping. This is gonna be so stupid throughout. I'm popping in my other camera right now. But for just as a reminder, right? Just kind of go off what you're saying. For anybody that's in Discord in the chat rooms, this is a time for you to kind of ask directly to Moo, through me, because I don't want to fumble you up with ridiculous questions. So I'm going to be filtering a lot of the questions throughout the 3 days. So we do have moderators going through all those chat rooms. You have something specific to talk to Moo about, feel free to kind of drop a line, and I'll try my best to kind of read it online and on air. But before that happens, I have plenty of my questions for myself, and I kind of want to kind of dig through it, man. Like you were mentioning a few years before you kind of found somewhat of a rhythm. Of course, you're a success now. I mean, you're doing this full time, which is a lot already. How long was that process, man? If you were to say where you started to have doubts and you started to explore to now, how long did it finally, not to now specifically, but to the point where you felt you hit a rhythm where you're like, I'm starting to understand business in game development?
Like the business side is really hard because I think there's two things to balance. I think, learning to program was a lot easier because, you eventually do find your brand of programming, but for the most part, you're just trying to become a better programmer. I think for me, when I got to the business side, there was a lot of trial and error of like what kind of business person I wanted to be. I think, for example, one of the times I was, trying to do networking, and one of my friends invited me to a dinner that basically ended up in a strip club and like all this other stuff, and I was just like, this can't be how business is done. Like, this isn't the kind of business person I want to be. And there's a lot of business people that are very fake it till you make it. Like just lie and lie and lie through your teeth and hope that once you've got other people's money, you can profit off of it without losing it. But then if you lose it, it's their money. I think the business world is a lot more complicated, and like I would go to basically 2 events every single night for, I think it was probably about 6 months. Not every night, but like probably 3 or 4 nights a week. And I'd be like, practicing my pitch for my company, but trying to figure out like, oh, how are they pitching stuff and what can I learn from them and what do I like about what this person is doing and this person isn't. But I think also finding the other people you want to work on. I think for someone to invest money in someone takes a bit of a relationship. So a lot of the times, you're meeting these people and you're trying to prove to them that you're the same kind of business person with the same level of trustworthiness and the same kind of trust as them. And I think that takes a lot of time. So our publisher, Double Fine, we've had a really good relationship with them personally for a long time. Like, we actually struck the deal because Greg was sleeping on Rex's couch for Res, which is an indie event in London. And I've known Tim Schafer because, that time when I said in 2007 I couldn't find a single job opportunity that wasn't first-person shooter or some kind of shooter. I specifically remember this moment because I was on the Insomniac balcony. I was talking to a recruiter, and he was just like, okay, well, the only game I have that's like not a shooter, and I can't tell you where it's from or too many details, but it's like, a heavy metal action RTS game. And I'm just like, what is that? What does that mean? And that turned out to be Brutal Legend. But like, because like I just had no idea, like I'd always been in touch with Tim about working at Double Fine, and I think if they said Double Fine has a position open, I probably would have ended up in San Francisco instead of in Guilford. But the guy just, sometimes recruiters are not allowed to like give too many details of job opportunities away, and because he just described it so weirdly, I just kind of ignored it, which is a shame.
Mm-hmm. And it's one of those things too, like you were talking about, Tim Schafer is definitely a legend within the industry, and I think if anything, he has a huge part to kind of kicking off this indie life, that the possibility of not just scraping by, but also having the ability to kind of go out there, fend for yourself, have a product, and see it all the way through to publishing. And reap whatever risks and benefits that entails. And I think it's crazy kind of thinking about the first Kickstarter that they kind of kickstarted in my opinion, right? And then to now where developers like yourself are finally kind of taking the torch and kind of carrying it yourself, learning from these guys. And we're talking about a short span of, I would say, like within 4 or 5 years when the first major, when they went that route, right?
Yeah, I think they did it in maybe 2012, I think, and we did it in 2016. And like, I think that was one of those things of like, we had a good relationship with them and it made sense that it ended up with our publisher. But like, for example, they offered to take a look at our Kickstarter campaign before it launched and give us advice on it. So, you know, they were just a perfect example for me on many fronts. And one of them is like developers helping other developers. You know, they were really good about, you know, funding indie projects and like publishing indie projects, but also just helping lots of projects that they had no financial interest in just because, you know, they thought the idea was cool. And they've always put on like Day of the Devs, which is like a huge showcase of like indie games. So I think, you know, they've always been a company that I've looked up to in terms of like what I want to do and how I can also have positive change in the industry.
Mm-hmm. And I haven't had my skin in the game as long as you have. You know, I'm still operating out of a motel room, right? Wink, wink. So from the short time span that I've been doing this, a lot of it has been about putting yourself out there to kind of have these doors open and not really knowing what the outcome in your life or career is going to go. Like I had like a faint idea before I started where I wanted to go and be at this place, but then it wasn't really driven by experience or anything of that sort. It was kind of like make it up as I go, and a lot of it was influenced by people who's kind of ahead of me. And just meeting them and just waiting and making good, you know, not burning any bridges. I think another part of that is that early in my career, right, we would get these warnings from veterans or experienced developers around us saying like, hey, never burn bridges, you never know, right? Yep. But then there was these times where I was like, you know, if you're gonna burn bridges, I'm gonna fucking burn it, right? And I had like this little phase where I was like, you know, I'm fully committed, and then in full circle, I'm seeing myself as a veteran now, and going on to create my own opportunities, where I'm kind of going back to these burnt bridges and realizing, oh wow, you know, I was really rash and short term in my thinking. I mean, I wonder if you had similar stories in that mindset.
Kind of. Like, I definitely agree. Like, you shouldn't burn bridges unnecessarily, but I definitely think there are times to burn bridges. And there's definitely times that I've burnt bridges that I wish I hadn't, but there's also times I've burnt bridges where, I've dealt with people that I think are despicable and that nobody should work with them, and I'm happy I burnt those bridges, and I'm happy that I've been able to warn people off of situations that sound really enticing that they really wouldn't have enjoyed. But on the other hand, yeah, I definitely burned, in my early career, I definitely burned a few bridges I probably shouldn't have. But one thing you did say was like sort of that idea of like, going to these events, putting yourself out there and trying to like find the next generation to gatekeep you in. And the thing that I've actually learned is that it's your peers that are like the really interesting ones. Like, I was part of a program here in the UK, part of BAFTA's program called Crew. And I remember when I joined Crew, there were so many like young, really full of energy, ambitious, excited people of saying like, oh, here's what I want to do, and one day I'm going to do this and this kind of stuff. And I was a little bit older, but I still like loved their energy and loved their enthusiasm. And now like I look at where all those people are 3 or 4 years later, and they're all in incredible positions and running like tons of programs that are helping other people get a leg up in the industry or that kind of thing. So I think, never discount your peers. I think your peers are the people that like, one, aren't going to look down on you, and two, that you can really vibe with them because you're at the same position, and they're going to be the future of the industry, and you can always hope that they'll bring you along with them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, at least for me, man, like I think there was a phase where I was really getting anxious within the industry. I was getting a little burnt out, where there was a time where I would see these guys fresh blood coming to the industry, bright-eyed, and there was kind of like a little lingering resentment, right? It's like, oh my, look at these kids, look at this energy, right? Like they don't know, right? But then it took a while where it finally felt like, this is reinvigorating. This is, this kind of reminds me of how I was when I was bright-eyed, and reminds me why I got in the industry in the first place. So if anything, it's a nice, like, full circle realization of, there's always going to be things that's going to happen within your career where you're going to always look at what's the next best thing. But it's also very healthy to kind of reflect on where you are right now. I mean, we're making games. This is literally a dream of ours since kids. And, especially where you are right now, you've able to kind of evolved and taken control. And instead of complaining, you've taken those issues that you've had and just made it disappear through your own hard work. And stuff like that.
I think even like in writing the talk, I think that was the thing I realized. I was just like, what is the progression of like how I think about my place in the industry? And I think there's like a big step between like thinking of the industry as like this thing that like takes or doesn't take you and that has all the power, and you're just, this weak thing that's, hoping to be let in the gates. And I think, when you start thinking about yourself and what you want to achieve in the industry, that becomes like really empowering. But I think the next step is when you realize that like the industry is changing, but like I always, like at the beginning I feared that. I was like, the industry is changing and they're going to leave me behind and it's going to be terrifying. And then you realize like the industry is changing because of people working in the industry, and I'm a person working in the industry. So if I know what change I want to see in the industry, I can be part of it. And I think that was a really big eye-opener for me, because I think up to that point I was just always just like, well, wherever it goes, maybe it's gonna leave me behind, and that's gonna suck. And I know, like, single-handedly, I'm not going to change everything, but like I can do my little part to make sure that there is a place for me in the industry, and there are places for people like me in the industry.
Mm-hmm. So I do have a question from the audience. This is from Jakil101. As a reminder, you guys can ask these questions. I'm going to make myself laugh like the whole day. So this is when you started your career in game development. Had you had work prior in other types of software development?
So I had 2 internships that I'd done. So like I came straight out of college. So yeah, I took like my last final on the Friday, and I started at Insomniac on the Monday. So I didn't have any like proper professional experience. But the first, I think, 2 summers that I was at in college, I actually met a guy in my programming, one of my programming classes that they basically, he worked at a games company, and they were like, we need you to find us an intern. And he was like, I'm going to E3 next week. And I'm like, oh my God, how do you go to E3? And he's like, oh, if you work in the games industry, you can go to E3. I'm just like, can you get me in at E3? And he's like, well, like if you come work with us, like in the summer, you can go to E3 next year. I'm like, let's do that. So I had like 2-3 months stints at 2 different games companies, because that guy moved from one game company to another. So I think that was definitely like the big break for me, was that I was lucky enough that guy got me 2 different internships. And like once you can see how the sausage is made, like you can start adapting like the theory you have of programming with the actual industry version of programming. But then again, like when I went to Insomniac, it was a whole other level. Like it was so much more complicated than anything I'd done in those 2 summers.
Awesome. This is a question from Official Nebular Gaming. Do you need to have a degree to be called a game dev?
No, definitely not. Like you have to be able, like, I think if you're making a game, you're a game dev, and whether like that means downloading Unity and playing a sample, like you're a game dev. Like I don't know, like you can call yourself a game dev no matter what.
Right. I think that's becoming increasingly more and more true. I think especially with the pandemic going around, and I don't even know how school systems can kind of adopt into it. Essentially, I think there was some horror stories kind of being spread where a lot of these students were still being charged while they couldn't go to a physical school, and then they had like a really half-baked online experience and result of that. I mean, these are institutions obviously that continues to need the income, and like most businesses, they will crumble if suddenly the source stops, right? So in a way, I kind of empathize, but in another, I went through like a traditional, college education, and it took me like 8 years to kind of pay it back with like stable job income, right? It was insane to expect that from anybody, to kind of start their 20s and live through their 20s commuting, and in most cases like moving around the country, and in your case your country, different country,
moving around the world.
Around the world, and it's very common, and it's just we're not set up in a way where I graduate from one campus and then across the street I can work for the next 20 years. I mean, most industries aren't set up like that anymore, but game industry especially, I feel like you starting off your career then that way can be very detrimental. So
I think for me the value of college was probably much more that like an 18-year-old just isn't a mature human being, and like from countless perspectives, whether it was social or like the way I thought about learning when I was 18 was I thought you memorized a bunch of stuff. And I think the thing that college taught me was that learning is actually linking stuff to things you already know. And I think that was a shift that it took me, my 3 years of college to figure out. And if you can learn that in another way, great. But like if you need some time, and I think that's the thing. Like I talk about safe spaces to try things and to grow and to fail. And I think college can be that for a lot of people, but I think the industry should be able to do that as well. So, I'm not anti-college per se. Like I definitely think there's value for some people in university. I think there's value for me in university. Like even just like being forced to do group projects was like a big turning point for me, because I could code on my own, but like the idea of having my code mesh with someone else's code is a concept I don't think I would have experienced on my own. But again, it's another thing that hopefully we can, as industry, provide opportunities for as well.
Yeah, especially now. I mean, I'm a big proponent to online learning now, but even with the forced quarantine, it gets pretty lonely, man. That social aspect of it, I really valued when I was in college. I made a lot of best friends for life through the experience being next to people. And so even with all this generation of developers who are so used to living through social media, I think we pretty much value social interaction at this point. I mean, I think if anything, we've answered it that yes, we need physical interaction, and online is not enough. Matrix, until they get those until Valve kind of get those index fingers with physical touch going, it's just not at that place where we want to kind of dedicate our whole life to that. So I do have another question. This is from Bewilder Beast. Is there a particular work ethic, technique, or discipline that you could talk about? Being the sole developer, how do you maintain discipline and focus when it's just you and a keyboard?
So I guess the clarification there on Knights and Bikes is like I wasn't the sole developer. Like there was an artist. I was the sole programmer on the project, and like
it's okay. He's not here. You can take credit. I did everything. No, I'm kidding.
And like the easiest way to stay motivated is like if there's an artist like just churning out beautiful art every day, and every time you hit like update from SVN, there's more beautiful shit for you to program. Like it's pretty easy to stay motivated in that situation. And like even at times when I remember there were some times where there was a bunch of work Rex needed to do, that there wasn't much programming work for me to do, so I basically just jumped onto another project for I think 2 months, and I shipped Subsurface Circular with Mike Bithell. So I think I don't go to any like work ethic or any like specific paradigm to stay motivated, but I definitely think like finding collaborators that excite you and finding things that you want to learn that excite you, finding skills that you can find value in yourself, like those are things to stay motivated. But also I think for me, like again, it all comes down to like if everything isn't rooted in the change I want to see in the world, and like, you know, if I accomplish that change, like maybe I'll lose motivation, but like the world is moving so slow and there's so many things that need to be fixed that I feel like eventually whatever I'm doing is rooted in a change I want to see in the world. And I think that's never going to get solved. And my motivation being tied to that is always going to stay somewhat full. But I guess the other side of it is like, how do you not burn out? Because that's a risk that I always ran into of like, especially before my son was born, it was just, I work from home. It's so easy to just keep coding and keep coding and keep coding. I'd say that's more of the risk or more of the threat to me of just like burning out and just not wanting to do it anymore just because your body is just so sick of it. And I think if I didn't have my wife to remind me, like this, you know, I would get to points where she would just be like, just so you know, like you're being really snappy and like you clearly are exhausted and you're working too hard. Like, just
sounds like this morning for me.
Yeah, like, you know, she'd be there to like remind me that like I'm working too hard and I need to like find some balance, just go outside and
get some vitamin D, man. It's important, especially now.
Yeah.
So this is from Shadow Monarch 1. He's asking, belonging from India. He's from India, I guess. The game dev scene here is not too big. So how do I path that bridge between countries and get myself where I can even ask the do I belong question to myself? Could you tell me some of the ways I can check out the game dev industry? This is pretty relevant.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely difficult. I mean, the short answer is it's not trivial because, I mean, obviously there's a lot of things online. There's a lot of communities. Like I watch a ton of GDC talks. I watch GDucks. I watch a lot of talks. I try and find communities online that you can interact with, but it's not a perfect substitute. Like it very much is just, if you can't find anything physically local, like try and find something virtually local to you, and try and find communities that will, are at a similar level as you and where you can ask. Like one thing that I really like right now is like in the UK, there's a games industry Slack. And so everyone in the games industry comes in and like you can ask the dumbest questions in the world and nobody's going to judge you for it. And I think that's, it's the thing that I just keep coming back to is like, there are enough safe spaces for people to learn and grow. And I think, for you, what I would recommend is just start making a game, and whenever you have a problem, start Googling answers, and hopefully at some point, Googling answers to the specific problems you have will help you find communities where those questions get answered on the internet, and that will, hopefully, be a beacon for you to start your journey. But it's not easy, that's for sure.
So this is actually a pretty good question that I'm pretty curious about. So this is from Andreas Retina. So how's the game dev industry in the UK compared to the US? Are there any key differences?
So I guess the biggest thing for me, at least, is I feel like it's connected. So the salaries in the UK are way lower than salaries in the US. Which sounds like a bad thing, but it means the game budgets are lower and the creative risk is higher. And I think that's actually one of the reasons why everyone in America in 2007 was making a shooter, because the budgets are so high that you have to do the lowest risk thing. And I mean, ironically, if you and everyone else are doing the lowest risk thing, it's really, really high risk. So I think the UK industry, for me at least, it feels a lot more explorational and more experimental, because one, we have the NHS, so you don't have to, as a freelancer, you don't have to worry about healthcare or health insurance or anything like that. If you get sick, you will be taken care of. But just that, because the budgets on games are a little bit lower on average, like I think there's more creative risk that's willing to be taken up in the UK. I also think that the UK has, a great organization called BAFTA, and they really, as a culture, support games. And because they've been doing so much work to put games in the spotlight, like they have an award ceremony that just like the Oscar for games every year. And because, they have everyone suit up in tuxedos and make it seem like, we're professionals and this is an art form to be appreciated, I think there is more appreciation of the industry here. Where I think in America it's very commercial and very like a bit more jaded, especially when you get to the general population and the news media coverage and that kind of thing. So I think those are the big differences to me. But okay. NHS is huge. Like not having to pay. Like when you literally are running an indie game company, a lot of the times you're trying to spend $0 or pounds, period. And just the fact of like, if every time you don't spend money on health insurance, you're increasing the mental strain of what is the risk if someone is unwell. Like, it's just, I mean, there's nothing that makes it harder to focus on creative decisions when you're putting your own life on the line.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I mean, I want to thank you, Moo, for coming on, man. It's a great way to kind of kick off, because your story especially is exactly why GDUX was made in the first place. I share a lot of similarities in your journey. I mean, I've had my moments, even this morning, you know, with the stress and all. My wife had to kind of like take hold and then like calm the F down. But these are moments throughout business that we kind of figure things and try to move on and just learn by doing, basically. So before I kind of send you off, if you don't mind to kind of tell people out there how to find you, and we'll go ahead and just make that apparent so that people can find you on Twitter or wherever.
Yep, cool. On Twitter, I'm one of Moo, and it's on the screen. And recently, we released Knights and Bikes on Switch, PS4, and PC. So pick it up and give me monies.
Yeah. Well, I want to thank you so much, Moo, for coming on, man. It's been a pleasure.
Thanks for having me.
We'll talk some more, and and that's pretty much it, man. Thanks for everything, dude.
Awesome. Thanks. Later.
Later. All right. So it's no surprise that COVID-19 changed everybody's winter, spring, and now summer plans. But the group that got impacted the most in the game industry have always been the indie developers. Every time I cut, that means I'm fixing something, so that's part of the fun, right? So the game industry have always been about the indie developers. The conferences that have been canceled for the year are often immovable marketing plans for these smaller developers and companies. The budget set aside were already committed for differences or conferences like GDC back in March. Passes, airline tickets, and hotel bookings can easily rake up to the $1,000, which is a lot for a small developer. These are dollar amounts that weren't refunded, and what's worse, the curveball thrown to these developers created a lot of uncertainty if making games is a future anymore. I had a lot of questions, and I couldn't think of anyone better to answer them than Renee Gittins, the executive director of the IGDA, which is the International Game Developer Association. She came on the podcast a few months ago to help me understand what the global impact is for all game developers.
The IGDA has been working on providing a lot of resources to support the community. While we have our Discord with over 1,300 active members that can help provide community and a place to talk for those who are trapped within their homes, we also have been putting together resources such as information from the World Health Organization, from local governments, different types of funding and other financial relief opportunities, both within the US and other places in the world. And we've put together our own recommendations for how to work from home in a way that best supports your career and your mental health.
That's awesome. Besides that, too, in addition to that, there were some talks, at least before GDC got canceled, how game developers were still kind of thinking of gathering. I think as the situation gotten worse, as it was leading up to the week of GDC, that people were slowly realizing, yeah, this isn't business as usual. We can't just still show up. Do you know a little bit more detail about what did people even bother going at all as the week was coming close, or did they just all right, let's just cancel the whole thing and let's not even meet up because, you know, the whole city was quarantined by that time?
There were various plans to gather within San Francisco despite GDC's cancellation. However, as the situation escalated, those started canceling themselves. I heard at least one person say that 5 developers gathered together at one hotel in San Francisco, but certainly there weren't any large gatherings, not that I was aware of, that occurred during the week of GDC.
As you were mentioning, like Steam charts are shooting up. There's a lot of people that turn into video games and entertainment such as Netflix, usually in recession times where they're especially at home a lot. What kind of advantages are you seeing with indie developers looking at innovative ways to kind of get their games in front of people now that everyone's at home, but they're mostly relying on internet resources, the age-old marketing plan?
Yeah, I mean, certainly marketing these days is very different than it used to be. A lot of it is very influencer-based versus printed and digital ads. However, I've seen a lot of indie developers coming together not only to try to market their game more, but to try to provide relief for people who are quarantined. So I've actually seen a lot of developers doing the maximum discounts they can on their Steam games and on other platforms, just trying to make sure that all the people who need games to help bide their time have access to them. Additionally, I think we really see the value of a lot of indie games in a situation like this. For example, Kind Words, which came out this last year, was remarkably popular because it shows how to provide empathy and kindness to other people. And I think in these times, that's something we really need.
Yeah, most certainly. You're talking about a couple events that you guys are helping out with GameDev.world, a lot of relief efforts, a lot of community coming together, which is the bright side of this side of the story where everything seems to be coming, a time of uncertainty, right?
Yeah.
Where do you foresee for the rest of the year? I mean, people who are kind of more up to date to the news and kind of seeing how other countries are kind of dealing with it, or at least at the tail end of things, it feels like the rest of the year is done. Like we're just gonna be hunkered down, and this is 2020 for everybody. Do you see the impact of it really extending beyond 2020? Because it doesn't feel like business is going to be as usual after everyone recovers.
I think that there will certainly be impacts of this lasting beyond 2020, regardless of how long the quarantines and outbreak occur. And I think that's mostly because right now we're seeing a huge shift in technology and a lot more people working remotely. As someone who has worked remotely for 4.5 years of the last 8, it's something that I'm very familiar with, and I'm very familiar with the social effects of that. I think that we'll see more people and more companies supporting remote work and remote workers, and because of that, we'll see those remote workers desiring more online communication. So I think we'll actually be seeing a continued growth of online games, especially ones that support communities that really can collaborate and work together. It would not surprise me, in fact, if we saw MMOs becoming much more popular in the next few years.
It definitely seems that way. People are kind of snatching up Assassin's Creed and games that extends a lot of playing time in the last few couple weeks. And what's interesting is that about a month ago, we were kind of discussing on the podcast about the California AB5, which is a bill that was passed recently in this state, how it was affecting contractors everywhere, and then shortly after, this virus kind of spread, and it's really forcing companies to kind of look outside of physical work environments, right? And how do you feel that that this is going to be the pros and cons of this effect of forcing remote work and removing the stigma with remote work, but also looking outside of the physical area of a company for talent and extending that talent beyond the project's deadlines and stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I think even outside of game dev, the advancement of remote work is going to be really good for technology overall, because more people will be working remotely. We'll see even a bigger push for having strong, high data internet connections. And that is clearly beneficial to games, as games tend to be the things that make the highest demand of those internet connections, at least on a regular basis. For studios, I think a lot of studios have generally been comfortable with outsourcing, but we're potentially going to see a rise in that, especially as remote work rises. That can be both positive and negative. It certainly gives a lot of opportunities to people all over the world, but it does mean that local laws can be, I guess skirted is probably a word that could be used. So for example, with AB5, it would potentially encourage people to hire remote workers outside of California instead of within it. However, I think it's important to note in cases like AB5, while there were a lot of questionable parts and vagueness within that law, a lot of the biggest concerns were actually already covered by laws that were active within California. It's just that not all employers were already respecting them.
Yeah, definitely. One of the biggest discussion because we had our local lawyer consultant kind of come on to talk about AB5 and the impacts of that. And naturally, he gave a short-term and long-term idea of what it could look like affecting game developers, where, in a good way, it could really help contractors not be taken advantage of, right? And in the short term, there are a lot of issues that can be skirted around, like you said, and then with this rise of remote work, everyone's at home anyways. It makes no difference if you're Californian or not, as long as you have the talent, which opens a lot of opportunities for people outside the country. Kind of work with these big game developers where they used to be very NDA protective of their property, as they should. But that also leads to another thing that I've been reading more about. When we naturally think about game developers, we think about the art resource, technical resource that makes up a team. But then there's a huge department that helps really ship a game, like the QA department, shipping and products. And these guys are not really getting the type of fair remote transition. And some companies within the United States are still forcing them to kind of come in because they simply do not trust these guys to kind of bring home the intellectual property and continue playtesting. Is there any news on how that's developing?
Yeah, I definitely saw a report that some QA houses were requiring that their workers still come in physically to their office. And I think that is definitely a health risk. And unfortunately, it's something that the IGDA definitely discourages. We encourage listening to your local government and their regulations. And I think that we will see local governments responding to companies forcing their workers to come in for unsafe conditions, for non-critical tasks, non-society critical tasks. I think that there are definitely some technical challenges that I can understand. When you are doing QA testing, you are sometimes really limited on the devices you can use, especially if we're looking at the next generation of consoles. Those dev consoles can be very expensive, and there might not be, one per QA person. But I think that it is the responsibility of those companies to work around and to find solutions, because there are many other QA firms who have found ways to support their staff while still supporting their customers and making sure that everyone stays safe.
Next presenter is known as Star. She will be talking about the mystery behind marketing. Many developers know the technical skills behind development. Let's try that again. Many developers know the technical skills behind development, but marketing is still a big mystery to many. Why exactly does it matter? When do you start? What steps do you have to take? The fact that many examples can become outdated makes it seem even more imposing. What if it's really just about perspective, like many creative skills? This is a simple and clear guide that can get you started on the right path. All right, so Star, I'm going to unmute you, and now everyone should be able to hear you. How are you doing?
Doing very well. Thank you.
All right. So whenever you are ready to start, the show floor is yours.
All right, cool. Hi guys, my name is Starlight Skies, and this talk is about the mystery behind the marketing. But I actually don't think there is a mystery. I think it's pretty straightforward and logical. But I just wanted to say real quick that every game is different and could require a different approach. So what works for one game doesn't necessarily work for another game. So just keep that in mind whenever you're doing a game, that you can't just copy what other people do. Some games may sell very well, but their social media may not reflect that success. Like, that maybe you played a game and you really like it, and you're like, I want to see what their social media is like. I want to see what they're doing. Hold on, I'm gonna minimize my talk real quick. Okay. You maybe see their social media and you're just like, wow, this is a great game. Why haven't more people thought about this? Why aren't people getting what I'm getting? It's because they may not understand how they can get an audience through social media. So that's what I'm going to do today. So I have many clients. I do consultations, and as I'm doing them with both solo developers and companies, I have the same conversation over and over again, which is that they understand the technical aspects of how a game works, but they don't necessarily know how to take what they're making and give it context to sell to a larger audience. Basically, what they're telling me is, I know what I'm doing, but how do I show it to other people? So we've heard it all before, that having a great idea is just not good enough. Saying to people, well, play it, it's fun, just doesn't work anymore. But what I wish people would talk about more after that is that the fact that it needs to be marketable. And I'll get over that in just a second, but I just want to say that there's always exceptions to this. For example, if, here we go, just moving my screen over just a second. Okay. So basically, I want to say that there's always exceptions to this, as in some games basically are not marketed at all and then become really popular, but I wouldn't rely on that. I would definitely have a strategy to whatever it is that you're going to do, because people that I've had hit games have had experience with this before, and they kind of get a sense for what's going to sell and what isn't going to sell. So we've heard this term before. Developers wear many hats, but people outside the industry may not understand how this works because they don't do game development. They don't understand that there's all these nooks and crannies when it comes to development, and you have to kind of fill in a lot of them. And marketing is like basically one of these hats. And I'm saying this right now because a lot of developers think it's just an add-on that they do towards the end of development, but it is a mindset, and you should think of it as its own skill. It's just like with how long it takes programming, how long it takes to do art or design. It takes time to do this, and it's not something that's just like tacked on towards the end, in my opinion. All right, so many times people want to know shortcuts. They're like, my game's going to come out in a month. What do I do? And unfortunately, you gotta have to put in the work, and earlier the better, in my opinion. So basically, not one thing is going to make everyone hear about your game, and it's like the myth of overnight success. So what I mean by this is that you may hear about something that's coming out right now, and you're just like, wow, this, I love this. This is so great. And you have not seen the years that it took to put together whatever it is that you're looking at that you really like. So if you think that just like one Facebook post is going to do it, or one streamer is going to play it, or like just one PR email, it's usually not enough. You usually don't see all of the work that marketers have to do to get eyeballs on whatever it is you're doing. So try to do what you can. All right. So now I'm going to go over a little bit about like what is the market? Like where do we get this term like marketing coming from? Well, it's how the public sees your product objectively. It gives an honest indicator of how well your game is going to sell. So the reason why I'm bringing this up is because a lot of developers think that the marketing is like shrouded in mystery. There's a fog here, like they don't understand it and they don't get it, and they don't even know where to begin with the idea of it. They just know that they want people to play their game, and they want people to like them. But how do you do that? So it's by putting this perspective of the fact that they're going to see your product for what it is, and your friends and family love you very much, but they're probably not going to be honest with you because when they see their game, they're mostly seeing you in it, right? And they like you. And also like you playing your game yourself, it's really hard to be objective unless you have like a lot of experience shipping games and you can kind of get what the market is. A lot of times you're not going to be very objective to your own product. So what I tell developers to do is if they want to see if they're like people are interested in the game, they have to show it. And I don't just mean like a local game dev group. I'm talking about with social media. And if people are not engaging with their social media, just like a couple of likes, then that is probably being a good indicator whether it's there. But sometimes your game is wonderful, like your game is good, and you just have to make another context to it. So like maybe you can improve the art, or maybe you could explain it a little bit better, make it a little bit less confusing. Or maybe like you could just like dedicate your Twitter to just the game itself and not have like other things that are cluttering up that might confuse people as to like what your account is about. So that is just an example. But basically the market doesn't lie to you. If it wants your game, it will tell you. Just what I'm going to say right here. All right. So I believe that there's a lot of like really good accounts out there that are like they have good games, but they're just not getting that traction. And I think it's because they do the same things over and over again, and they're just not putting enough variety of whatever it is they're showing to people. And people get bored with that after a while. Like maybe they like in the beginning, but they don't want to see the same thing over and over again. So definitely you want to try to show different aspects of the game to see what people like about them. Is it your characters? Is it your environment? Is it maybe even your voice actor, or how you do that? And believe me, people will definitely let you know when that happens. And in fact, you can use that for later on with the marketing, because you can kind of like have a temperature of what people are talking about. For example, really quick, the guy who made A Short Hike, he noticed that people really liked the gif of the character jumping off the cliff and like kind of gliding away. And so when he made his trailer, that was the very first thing that you saw in that trailer. And I thought that was really interesting because you only have a few seconds to engage with people on trailers or on social media. So you want to kind of get the quickest reaction that you can. That should always be your goal. All right, so knowing how to use a tool is not the same as mastery. Knowing how to use social media is not the same as creating engagement. So I know this is kind of the same thing repeated, but basically what I'm saying here is that I think technology now is amazing, and it's designed to be user-friendly. And so anyone can probably learn how to use any of these platforms really quickly. The problem comes with people like not understanding how to use these platforms to sell their games. So I wouldn't, just because somebody tells you like I know how to post on Twitter, that doesn't mean that they know how to create engagement, like getting people to care about whatever it is that you're selling. And that is incredibly important. So make sure that when you want to hire somebody, like a PR company or whatever, that they don't just tell you that they're posting and they can do analytics and things like that, that you actually see that they have a track record of having people actually care about what it is that you're doing. And they know how they can take whatever it is that you're doing, like your game, and say it in a way that gets people interested. All right. So next up, we have brand accounts should have a focus. So there, I just want to pause real quick and just say that brand accounts are very different than personal branding. So like companies are different than personal. So your personal brand is like your personality. So if you like cars or certain movies or like any interest really, like that's who you are and that's your personality and that's what you're saying to the world. That is very different than a company brand, because a company brand, you're like an umbrella for like all those people that are represented there. So you have to be a little bit more careful with like how you say things. And I feel like a lot of times people are actually a little bit too careful with what they're saying, and they end up making accounts that are just like really stiff and robotic because they don't know how to like become relatable and show through with their personality. Really quick, so you want to post video screenshots and GIFs of the game as often as you can. I cannot tell you how many times I look into an account of a game and I don't see the game. Like I'll see a key art, I'll see a screenshot of a character, but that doesn't tell me what the game actually is. Like I want to know, who is this person? What are they doing in this world? What is going on here? Like as quickly as possible, I need to kind of get this information. So if you cannot say that in like consistently in a few tweets, people are going to go to your account, and like that's the first impression that you're giving them, is that you don't know how to show that. So I put below this fan art, cosplay, tattoos, merch. What this really means is whatever it is, how your customers or your players, your audience, like how are they engaging with whatever it is you're doing? And I know that doesn't work for everybody because sometimes games don't have things like this, and I'll go over that a little bit later about characters. But you basically want to show, if people care about your game and they're talking about your game, you want to showcase that to other people. Next up, we have updates and studio news, and then reviews, articles, clips of Let's Play. So this is just basically examples of what you can do that and I have like a whole like long list of different, like I break these into like smaller categories of like what exactly I want to post onto an account depending on what the game is. But as long as you kind of keep it somewhat variety, but also focused on whatever like messages about your game. Yes. Also, I put below here culture and trends. You want to pay attention to them. You don't want to pretend like you're an island on this huge sea that is, the internet. And if you seem like you are, someone have a personality, you're relatable, and you're like, what's going on with it, people react to that better. For example, when Doom and Animal Crossing was going to come out on the same day, people loved this crossover of the two like genres kind of coming together, and there was a lot of memes about Isabelle and the Doom guy, and yeah, that was, so the fact that both of the brand social media accounts talked about this was amazing, and the internet loved it, and I got a lot of reactions, a lot of engagements, And so if you're making a game about like dinosaurs and then a dinosaur movie is going to come out, you should definitely talk about that because that's on brand. Even though it's slightly not what you're doing, like people will appreciate that you're paying attention. Next up, I say talk to your audience. And so we've all heard this before at some point, which is that you shouldn't try to appeal to everybody. And that's definitely true for, like, I know everyone wants everyone's money, right? They want everyone to buy their game, but obviously that doesn't happen. You need to have your super fans. So in my head, I picture it like this as a metaphor, that you have like a bonsai tree. And with this like bonsai tree, you want to cut off the things that don't matter. So if you post something and nobody cares about it, I'm like, okay, that didn't work. What will work? What will your audience care about? And you keep growing it and trying different things until you find that thing, and then you can like roll with it. You can, how do I explain this? Momentum. You gain momentum when you find something that is both like talking about your game and people what they like about your game. So it's like the idea of trying to create your super fans or the people that will tell other people about it instead of just trying to talk to everybody. So if your game is about like cyberpunk, then you think about that culture that is around that and what they would, but if your game is about cyberpunk, but then you're talking about like, I don't know, flowers or something like that, that doesn't necessarily go in together. So make sure that you're talking to the people that you want to talk to. Be very careful though. Like I've talked about a little bit about how when you're doing a brand, we all know that like a lot of these fast food restaurants like Wendy's and stuff like that, they've started doing that and they create a lot of engagement with having a personality, but you can take it too far as well. So like either you're usually pretty robotic and stiff and you're just like announcements after announcements after announcements, and then your audience kind of gets like, less interested because you're just doing the same thing. And then you have over here, which is you're too quirky and too like you act like an actual person instead of a company that's trying to sell something. And then people feel like that's disingenuous and they don't like that. So it takes a skill and it takes time to kind of figure out that balance. All right. So I want to give you some choices right here when it comes to marketing. The first one is learn it yourself. But you all know that time is money. But what you can do, you can create systems and automation so that it makes it easier for yourself. Like you create a formula of what you can do to market your game. But also time is money. So it takes time to create these systems. I wouldn't just say, I'm just going to do a bunch of busy work and just post a bunch of times because you like are not really paying attention to what you're doing. So I would actually learn about marketing. All right. Second of all is hiring a community manager. So going back and forth with this, you shouldn't just hire somebody because they know social media and then just kind of leave them alone. Because I've had this a lot with clients where they're just like, I don't know about social media. I don't know about community. That's what you're going to do. And then they kind of like walk away. But like, when you're a community manager, you need to know what's going on with the game or the studio or the company. You need to know like what you're going to talk about, like how to create content and stuff like that. And so if you're not including them on what you're doing, it's a little bit harder. Also, you should learn a little bit of marketing for yourself so you know how to communicate with your community manager of whatever vision that you have. And you should have a vision and you should have a goal. Is it to sell the game? Is it to get followers? Is it for Discord? Is it to get people to come to your booth at an event? Like have a goal and share that with your community manager and then maybe come up with a strategy that you can do. Don't just like say, market my game and just kind of push them off to do that. It's definitely more collaborative than you would think. All right, another thing you can do is outsource to another company. So there's amazing companies like Evolve PR that can do that, but unfortunately not every PR company is the same because what works for maybe another studio may not work for yours. And so I would definitely ask around and say like, hey, your game is similar to mine. Use that PR company. What did they do for you? Did you like what they do? And definitely do your research before you do that because when you're outsourcing, they're not in-house. And so they don't maybe quite understand what it is that you're trying to do. And I mean, they'll do the best that they can, but sometimes it's a little bit harder if, they're doing it from the outside, but it's your choice. The option is there. Next up, I want to say you can get a short-time consultant to make you a guide. So this is something, I mean, I've done all of these before, but this is what I've done a lot as a consultant is people, like, this is how it works. I'll do a meeting with people, and then I have them tell me what their game is about, and then I have to ask them a ton of questions, and basically the questions are there to kind of give them a framework of how the public will see their game. And then after that, I tell them, like, basically critiquing them of like what was confusing, like what didn't work or what could work, and things of like what I would do. So a consultant can give you like a guide or a plan or create that system or automation, and then you do it yourself. So you have several different options. All right. So next up, when do you start marketing? I get this a lot, and obviously there's no one size fit all for this, just like everything else here. Again, marketing is very experimentational. You have to feel it, it's intuitive, and it takes time and experience to get to that intuition. But to answer the question, when do you start marketing? For me, it should be the idea. And I know that sounds crazy because you're just like, Star, I don't, like, how do I post on social media about my game? I don't have a prototype or anything yet. Well, marketing is not just posting on social media or like getting a Discord or going to an event. Marketing is, again, that mindset. It's that hat. And so when you have a game idea, and I know a lot of developers have many game ideas, think about the game idea and how other people are going to see it. So it's not just like, this is the game I want to make. Sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't. It should be like, this is the game I'm going to make, and I believe that people are going to find this interesting because of this, which brings me to what is the hook? And we all know when we're watching a movie trailer, like they have to have that hook in there of like what's going to get people into the theater. And the same thing goes for game development. And there might be different answers to this out there, but this is how I define it, which is something familiar, but with a twist. And like, this is like the quickest way I can get into people's heads of like, you need a hook, and this is what the hook should be. Now, again, like, this is not all the time because some games are like really out there and weird and not familiar, but still might do well, like the truly innovative games. But most games are, you know, just the same thing we've seen before, but a slightly different. I know Ryan Clark, who, like, from Crypto Necrodancer, brace yourself, folks, has said before, it's like you're going to two restaurants, and one restaurant is like a generic restaurant that you've been to, and there's a lot of restaurants like it. And then there's this other restaurant that sells really weird food, and you don't know what you're going to get from it. Well, you want to kind of combine these two things. All right. Next up is practical ideas for you. Hold on, I'm going to a little drink of water. Here's some practical ideas for you. First up is, again, have systems, create automation. Don't just wake up every day and be like, what am I going to post today? Because then that's what starts to make it stressful for you, is that you have to think of these new things every day. I do something called a content bucket for something that I call maintenance mode. Again, like, a lot of companies call these different things, but this is just like how I do it. And like, maybe the company you've worked for might have calling it something different. But basically what it is I take like 2 or 3 days, and all I focus on is the whole month of like what I'm going to talk about in social media. And then you can schedule out ahead of time and obviously like maybe get some approval from people to make sure that it's okay before you send it out. And I call it maintenance mode because there's some studios out there that, like, they know they're making games and people are excited about it, but then they get so wrapped up in development that it might be like 4 months before they are, you know, say anything on social media. And people are like, hello, like, where's the developers? I haven't said anything. There's no updates on Steam forums. Like, what's going on here? And so maintenance mode is basically what I do is I do things ahead of time so I don't have to think about it. And then I can like put my focus into other things. And then that way they know that, you know, the company's still alive, you're still doing things, they're still listening to their audience, but you can also focus your attention on other things because you can't do everything in one day. So yeah, definitely want to do automation, make it easier for yourself. All right, and then the next thing is the opposite of maintenance mode, which is the big pushes. So are you about to do an event? About to do like a big PR update? about to port your game to another system and announce that, whatever your big pushes are, you should think them through. So sometimes people are like, oh no, like we're about to like put our game on Switch today, we better tweet about it. I would take the time and really think about what can I tweet that's going to make the most people want to retweet it? Like, what about this is the most exciting for it besides the fact that it's going to be on Switch, right? So I would think it through, and I would try to do it ahead of time, like if you're looking at your pipeline and your schedule of like when things are going to come out, try to get those marketing beats as much as you can. Okay, below that is don't get caught up in busy work. This is super easy to do, and this happens a lot with particularly CMs that get really into a routine and they just kind of do the same thing over and over again. I've told before that becomes really monotonous to your audience, and it gets boring for whoever the person is doing it as well. And it also, like, the goal should be to get more engagement and to grow your audience, get more followers, that sort of thing. That also goes into quality over quantity. So back in the day, there wasn't as many people on social media. And so posting a lot, people would engage you with you more just because you posted a lot, because you had things to say. But these days, I believe this is, like, to me, the new trend that's happening is that developers should, like, not tweet every single day, but they should be like have the quality tweets that they know is going to get more engagement than just tweeting just to tweet, right? I think sometimes that's okay if you're in the middle of a development cycle and you're doing something really tricky, you don't have anything much to talk about, you can do some of those like low ball tweets. But in general, I would focus my energy and my time onto things that I know people are going to really like. All right. So really quick, I want to talk about the fact that you need to be flexible. So again, earlier, if you just do the same things over, it gets boring for both sides. And so how do you get this flexible mindset? How do you become experimental? Always be researching, because first of all, the industry is always changing, and how people do things 5 years ago may not be the same way as they do them now. So be paying attention to what other people are doing to this industry and what's interesting and what's working for them. And also, I don't just look at the game industry. I look at the fashion industry. I look at tech. I look at beauty. I look at maybe, yeah, did I already say fitness? I don't, whatever is out there, cooking, content creators. Like, I just want to know, what are the trends, what's going on, what is the culture saying, and how does that relate to whatever it is I'm doing? And if I can find some correlation there, I will do that. And again, see if people respond to it. And again, if you make a tweet and it has low response, people don't like it, or people actively don't, are not in, then just delete it. Like, it's just a tweet. It's okay. It's fine. If you don't like your trailer, redo your trailer, right? All right, so I think examples are really good. I wish I could like show you the individual accounts and what I like about each one of these. But really quick, Pokemon, Animal Crossing, RGG Studio, who does the Yakuza games, Kit Fox, Frog Detective, New Blood, No More Robots, Wholesome Games, and Adult Swim games. I know that's a lot, so that's good. That means like a lot of people are doing amazing content out there that you can take from. And these are what I like. Like, it may not necessarily, but what you like. So when I talk to, again, a lot of developers, I ask them, okay, so you want me to do content for you. You tell me what companies like you really like that they're doing just because. And a lot of times they're like, I don't know. Like, I just follow my friends on social media. So again, they're not really having like an objective perspective of just like the content of what companies are doing. They're like looking at the games and like Steam and sales and stuff like that, which is fine. But I kind of give them a few examples of what I like, and then I say, is this something you're interested in, or is there another angle that you want to put on it? Again, it's like, it's getting that mindset, it's getting that framework for your game and that context, because with development, you have to be really close to what it is you're making in order to do problem solving. And then for marketing, you have to like kind of be far away from it and look at it from an outsider's perspective looking in. Okay, so what do I like about these counts? Well, I feel like there's two ways to do content creation. One is education, which is like you're telling people things. So I feel like No More Robots, what Micros does, is fantastic. He's telling you things about sales and the things he's tried, what hasn't worked, that sort of thing. And education is really valuable, so people will follow you for that because you're giving them value. The second one is entertainment. And so I think instead of just posting announcements all the time, you should be telling a story. You should be telling a narrative. So for example, Animal Crossing, they have Tom Nook. The character Tom Nook is talking on that account. And so it feels like the character is talking to you. For Pokemon, they just showed a different Pokemon, and they basically show off the personalities of them. And for IGG Studio, what they do is that they kind of have like inside jokes. So if you don't play the games, you may not know these characters or why they're doing the things they do. But for their core audience that knows these games and loves these games, they will create, engagement with it, and that makes other people curious about it. So again, you're not trying to get everybody out there, but you're trying to get the few people that really like your game, like understand how they're thinking and talk to them and respect them. All right. So I have 2 takeaways that I wish you got from my talk, hopefully. The first one is marketing is an integral part of success for games now. So again, a few years ago, marketing could have been just an add-on towards the end of a development cycle. You just had like an article and a newspaper. You just showed your game at an E3, a trailer. But with the oversaturation that things are now, it's becoming more and more part of the development process. Number 2, not just any game will be successful, have a strategy. Again, when I think of marketing, I start with the idea of it. Like I need that pitch, that concept needs to be really strong for people to care about it. So don't just take any idea and think it's going to come a huge success. All right, that's me. I'm Starlights, guys. Thank you so much. This is who I am in all the social medias. Yay!
All right. Well, thank you, Star, for doing that so far. And it's I feel, one of the biggest misconceptions with marketing, as you kind of stated, that game developers have always used that as like a last resource, and in a lot of situations a bit too late. And it wasn't until recently where I finally kind of got away from game development and started to kind of dive into kind of telling people about what I do, where I realized, holy crap, this is a whole different world. Aside from making games, you pretty much have to kind of treat marketing as if you're developing a game. You're developing a product. There's an audience at the end of it. And whatever you tweet about, whatever you promote, is it interesting? Is it something that people... not just about the product that you're promoting, but like what you're saying, does it command an audience? So I definitely want to hear a little bit on, is this something that you went through like a formal education, or is it more like surveying the industry? I mean, how did you come about to developing these skill sets? For me, it sounds like it makes sense to you, but for a lot of us, other people like game developers, it's still very new grounds.
I'm so glad you asked that. I have a lot of thoughts about it. So I'm from Ohio, which is kind of like I talk to other people in other countries, and I feel a kinship to them because when you're not on the West Coast, a lot of times you feel isolated from everyone else, and you're just like, I don't know what to do. But I knew that I wanted to be a community leader as soon as I graduated from college. As soon as I joined my first game studio, I wanted to run a community because I wanted to help other game developers. And as I was doing it, like there are so many programmers, a couple sprinklings of artists out there, but there was absolutely nobody that was marketing. So like this community had all of these games and nobody knew how to sell the games. And I was like, this is really interesting. Like I actually started off in the industry as a 3D environmental artist, and I totally thought that I was going to be an artist, and I didn't know I was going to go into marketing. But I took it as a challenge, and then as I did it, like I realized like, whoa, like I really, really like this because I thought of it as a game in itself, like with social media. And I will tell you that when I talk to other community people, because I have a Discord full of people like me that do marketing, and we share ideas and thoughts and tricks and tips, yes. And basically what they tell me is a lot of times they did marketing and community stuff, but when they were hired, they didn't have any gaming experience. and it's kind of seen as an entry level position. However, you do need to have some experience and skills of doing this, and companies just don't know enough about marketing in order to vet people who are going to be effective to whatever game that they have. And so, like, how I learned how to do it, just like a lot of these other people did it, was just like pure force, like just like brute force, researching, studying. I watched a lot of like YouTubers, things like Gary Vaynerchuk and even like Tony Robbins and people that were not in the game industry, because nobody was going to let me go into their company when I had no experience and like teach me everything. And so I just had to do it myself. And the benefit of this, by not just doing what every other studio did, is that like my marketing became more interesting, unique, because I was coming at it from a different perspective than what I saw other people do. I think every developer does like
Every
self-teaching. Like
exactly. I was about to say that. Yeah, like
Right.
every developer, very much like in the game industry, we're at least the best one. The ones that you don't want to mess with are the ones that are self-taught and are driven and are not being told what to do, because they just genuinely are very passionate about it. And even though there is formal education to go through marketing, and there are some relative things that you can carry over, I do feel like our game industry is very unique, and there's a very specific language to kind of talk to gamers and game developers where we tune in and listen, because we kind of tend to move away from something that sounds too corporate or looks too corporate, and we just have this certain detachment when it automatically sounds that way. So I think your messaging has been really great, and the way you kind of been expressing how you came about is very relevant to any game developer out there. It's like, oh man, all right, so let's just bust out the books, let's do some research, let's treat this as a discipline, as a skill, and with respect, as something that will carry forward for my future. Essentially, if there's anything that I want to do to brand myself. So I'm gonna hit the questions right now, and I want to remind everyone, we do have a Discord channel open, but within the social chat channels, go ahead and ask them. We do have a moderator in there to kind of pull these questions in. So this first one is from Russell Campbell. The question is, perhaps, are there ways to appease the algorithm to bring adjacent audiences into your target audience?
Okay, so I feel like there's this approach here to marketing that I understand where it comes from, that like you want to use numbers and that sort of thing to figure out where people are going to go. But unfortunately, that only takes you so far. And the reason why is because these social media platforms are always changing, and Discord is changing, and people and their trends and culture are always changing. So numbers and things that might work like before may not work for even like 2 months, like just like with what happened with the virus, people thought they were going to go to events this year, and then all of a sudden we're doing more online conferences. And so things changed. So I would not depend on algorithms. I would depend on my intuition, and I would be on the lookout to see like what are people that are doing something similar to me, and how are they doing it, and how can I, if I was to do what they're doing, what would I do better? So you need to come of it as a human perspective, and you need to come of it of like, would I care about this? And I know that's hard to do, but that is a muscle that you can train yourself. And like all the studios that I hope people screenshotted that those other studios, and you check them out, and you can kind of see what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I mean, that's an actually perfect segue. So we are collecting all the slides from all our presenters that will be uploaded on the website. So shortly after this conference, after the 3 days, because I'll be on live the whole time, I will upload those, and you guys can get that information. So this is a question from iForce. If I'm a new game dev, should I start to promote myself as an individual until I start promoting a game in a branded fashion, or is that not necessary?
Oh, dude, I definitely say personal branding. And this goes to everyone here. Okay, so I'm not just talking about games here. A lot of things I'm talking about, because I'm a Twitch streamer. I've been streaming for 5 years, and I'm a partner. And like I did that on purpose to see what is it like for a content creator. And so I wanted to get into the mindset of like how they think and what they want, so that I can, as a game developer, can better like give them that. And so I definitely think you should do personal branding. Here's another reason why you should do personal branding. It's because a lot of these companies don't care about you. Like they're not going to help you propel your career. Right. And so if you just do work for them, you're giving them your time and your energy and you're creating them money. But that doesn't mean that they're going to take care of you and your career. So definitely have a personal brand, and keep it focused, just like I would do a company brand. And I rely on that over and over again, because like whenever I need a new job or I'm looking for something or I want people to care about it, I have years of me building up relationships with people where people actually care about me because they know what I'm doing. Does that make sense? No matter what I'm doing, they're going to care about it.
Yeah, definitely. And I totally get that too. I think people tend to, I think the opposite problem is happening right now where people market too late. So I feel like just getting the practice in, learning who's your audience, what works, what doesn't work, while you have a smaller pool of people where you're okay to messing up and having blunders, it actually works for you, and you kind of, in my opinion, it kind of builds up in a natural way. So this question is for Sebastian. What's the best social media to promote the games? And 2 questions. What kind of advice we could get for the automation process of sharing content about our game?
All right, I'm going to answer the first question. Definitely Twitter right now. I'm not going to say it will be forever, but that's where a lot of journalists are on, and you want journalists, PR people to look at your game. For game dev, you both have text and visuals. It's really hard to sell games on Instagram because it's really they need a particular like square format when it comes to video on Instagram, and it's harder to upload because you have to do it through a phone. You can't upload on a desktop. And so when it comes to game development, that doesn't work as well. With Facebook, it's better for like if you want older audiences or like people outside of America, because more of those kind of people use Facebook. And so a lot of times it depends on where your audience is. If your game is for kids, TikTok. TikTok, you can grow really fast, really quickly on TikTok right now, and it's not going to be like that forever. And I know it's kind of scary because it's a new medium, but if I'm going to have a game for kids, that is where I would go. I would just sit down and figure it out. So what was the second part of that question?
Second question is what kind of advice we could get for the automation process of sharing content about our game.
I don't know if I understand that. What kind of advice?
Yeah, I guess they're trying to look for a way where they're not constantly waiting to tweet whenever they have a thought, like whatever ways that they can get rid. I think in a way to kind of to do the process in the morning and just let it kind of be the week's worth of social tweets or whatever. I think that's where what they're asking. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So what happens if
I think we lost connection. All right. 1 sec as she reconnect with us, everybody. So keep sending those questions, and we will get back to that as soon as that happens. Let me kind of make sure that she's coming in. So this is how you know that we are live, because problems do tend to happen. All right. Well, keep those questions going. I'm going to buy some time. I mean, I believe Star is going to reconnect as soon as I get the connection going. I'm going to have you guys come and talk. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the time. It's definitely getting hot in the office. I didn't anticipate the realities of doing this for like 4 hours straight wearing a jacket. But that's what I do for you guys. Dedicating my soul and physical well-being and turning my motel room into a sauna at this point. I have like 10 computers going. Hopefully you guys are enjoying it. I guess this is a good reminder while we are waiting for her to reconnect that we do have a Discord channel going. So if you want to jump in there, go to gdux.me. Join the Discord. This is a way to not only talk to other people permanently that are watching and enjoying Blue Champs content like GDUX, but a way for you to kind of interact with their speakers. All our speakers are in there right now. Since we have so many social live streaming channels going at once, it can be quite daunting for our presenters to be in all of them. So I believe, Star, you're
Hello?
Back.
Yes.
Yes, I hear you.
My computer crashed.
Because your knowledge was still incapacitated, your computer, yeah. No worries, I bought some time.
I got the blue screen of death.
Oh my, that's scary. No worries. So now that I have you back, I think I'm going to resume a couple of questions here. Unless you can remember what we kind of left off. Did you finish your thought on that one? Okay.
I was gonna say I'll just make it super quick. Okay, so basically, it's like training your brain of like what tweets work well, and so after a while, you're like, okay, if I say things in a particular like direct way. Also, like I just want to say real quick, hashtags don't work. Please, like it shows that you don't have confidence if you use the hashtags. Like you want to have
take
confidence
all mine
that you.
I'll be right back.
When you're doing an event, I think like hashtag like gdux.me. I think that's okay because you're like, hey, people use the hashtag so I can see the tweets, right? It kind of unifies the tweets. But if you're trying to get people's attention with it, that doesn't work. So, but on Instagram and like that works. Hashtags works on Instagram. So again, it depends on the platform.
Confusing.
But on Twitter, you also want to be short and sweet. Like you don't want to waste people's times. And so the more direct you are, like the quicker you can say something. For example, the marketing brands of like Macintosh said, think differently. Milk had like the got milk. Nike had just do it. You know, like having these like taglines, these like really quick, like you get the idea of the company really quickly, like soon. I'm sorry. I hope that makes sense. If you have an idea for a tweet, write it down like right away and try to have a collection of them. Like I have like 100 different ideas I do for content. And whenever I'm struggling for something, I go back to my own resource that I've created. And I'm like, oh yeah, I can do something like this. Okay, cool. And then I put it through.
All right. So I have another question from Ross Fifield. Have you got any advice for a studio who may have finished alpha on the verge of wanting to give or outsell early access keys and want to go for a beta release? How would you build that audience and reach prior to getting to finishing the alpha? So getting some noise during alpha.
I would create art assets as soon as possible. That's why having like a vertical slice is super, like I wouldn't say super important. Not everyone needs a vertical slice, but creating art assets, creating key art, creating and things that you can reuse over and over again. But also have a strong tagline. So there's this game called This War Is Mine. I think that's the name of the game. And their tagline for the game, because it was a really hard game to sell, it visually it was like a dollhouse game, like you could see inside like a cut view, so it wasn't like a dynamic like Breath of the Wild kind of visual game. And so what they did is the tagline was, in war not everyone is a soldier, and that right there tells you the game, it tells you the narrative, like you know what it's about. So the fact that like they were focusing on this idea that about the civilians of war, they could do that. So again, it's about being a human, understanding context, knowing what appeals to people. And if you don't know, then try it online. Because a lot of publishers will be like, hey guys, we're looking for our next game, give us your pitches. And so I see like hundreds of developers will, like to Raw Fury or Devolver, will show them the game. And if nobody's liking your game or interested in it or don't want to hear more about it, like try to figure out why. And also I want to say, the idea of like fail faster,
yes,
that should be for making your game too. Like not every game idea is going to be successful. So if you're putting work into it and nobody's caring about it, I would just like X-nay on that game and start all over again with another game, because we all have like new ideas, right? We all have different games.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't go for everyone, but
So this is a question from Fine Spline. I recognize the name. He's actually one of our presenters for day 3, Ben. So Fine Spline, I don't know if you wanted me to out him. It's too late. Have you ever experienced an ad that you thought would tank, but it ended up doing really well?
Ooh. I don't know if anything I've done has actually tanked. I think one time I tried to do a poll about like where people got their indie games, and a particular set of people, like an Eastern European, thought it was too American-centric and were complaining about it being too American-centric. But a lot of times, like I started off small and nobody cared about it. So I'll just tell a story. So I'm an artist, and I was struggling with art. Like, nobody cared about my art. It wasn't good because I was always pushing myself and always like putting it to the limit. So one day I couldn't sleep, and I was like, I just want to do art for fun, and I'm just going to do something really quick, and it's going to be really simple. I'm not going to think about it. And I posted that online, and that did super well. And I was like, oh, I was putting way too much effort into this. Like, I need to just like take a step back and make it more simple. And people react to that better. Like, you don't want to like act like you're trying too hard, and that's what I was trying to do with art. So I wouldn't say I had anything tank. Now, I've had people not like things, but a lot of times that's out of your control. You know, like for example, they don't like, there's a bug in the game and they're complaining about a bug in the game, and you're here posting about something else, and like they just want to complain about that. Like, I've gotten that a lot.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. So this is a question. And again, to remind everybody, feel free to throw those questions in there. This is Boan. If a strategy isn't working at first, how long should I stick with it before trying something different?
That is where intuition comes in. I'd say if you make about 10 tweets in a few weeks and nobody's saying anything, that's when you need to reevaluate. Again, how you're explaining their game, how you're showing your game, or if the game itself is even something that people want. And it's good to try, again, fail faster, try it again. And the more things you do, the more you learn. As like, there's that story about Angry Birds, how they made like 50 failed games, right, before they made Angry Birds. And Angry Birds was obviously a shock to them and everyone else. But that's how it does sometimes. And also some games require, like, some people want to make like realistic AAA games, and that also takes a long time. And so in those situations, if you're trying to push a game's like graphics to the limit, I would wait to do marketing until it gets to that time, even if it's like closer to the end of development, and then show that. It's a lot of smoke and mirrors. We're like magicians.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty relevant to again, like the similarities. I mean, we are within the same industry, but anything that's outside my cubicle, anybody, I always relate them to like too far out of reach. In marketing department have been something that, I never really mingled with, I never really learned from, I never really talked to on a day-to-day basis. Even being a lead at a major studio, interaction is very, very minor. It's like, can you provide this to do this? We're not sitting down and they're not walking us through what they're planning to do with this piece of artwork, right? They're just kind of...
I really hate that too, because I feel like a lot of companies are just like, you community person, you're off in that corner and you can't sit with us cool kids, we're developers. And I've gotten this so many times, and I'm like, no, I need to know what you're doing. You need to know what I'm doing, because we're collaborating here. With AAA company, obviously, that's not necessary. You have leads. Mm-hmm. But honestly, every developer should learn a little bit about marketing so that they know what the goals should be, right?
Yeah, I totally agree. I wished I had paid more attention to the company meetings when they had the slide decks and explaining with numbers. I genuinely just never really paid attention until it was too late, where it felt like finally the knowledge started creeping back when I was applying it to my own work. And I feel like, honestly, a huge upgrade has been just talking to you for the last couple of months, finally, paying
Yay.
attention to it. So definitely hit up Star and hit her up on the Twitter to kind of seek advice, because your advice really woke me up in a way where I was like, oh, okay, finally, all right, I got to roll up my sleeve and do some stuff, because, what you say makes a lot of sense, but it's just one of those things where I got to pay attention, right? I think a lot of that is just people need to pay attention and treat it just like anything else, especially like their product. Exactly. So this is a question from that. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. I was going to say really quick, this is why it's not a mystery. Like, developers act like this is such an ambiguous thing that they can't possibly figure out. It's like that fog in Dark Souls, like you have to get through this wall to see what's going on here.
Yeah.
But in reality, it's actually straightforward and logical. If you understand humans and you understand like how you like things, you probably can understand why somebody else likes something. Okay, that's all.
Right. Well, I have one last question here, and this is from Nightwolf. For your games media, can you post your own Let's Play along with others, or would it be better to have a secondary account for Let's Play to try the distance YouTuber from the indie company?
I would have to see what you're saying, but I generally like to put things together as much as possible. Some people like to create different Discords for every single one of their games, or different accounts for all the games that they have. And I like to make things easier for myself. So sometimes it depends on like what that is. But yeah, if you're trying to build a personal brand and a game account at the same time, just be very careful of like what you're doing, and make sure that your game has something to do with the Let's Plays that you're doing. I would say like New Blood is a good example of that studio, because they're really good at showcasing their games, but also how their personality reflects how their games are. So definitely would want to probably check them out and see how they do it.
Yeah, it's an actual problem that I've been struggling myself. It's like I do like the idea in consolidating my social media efforts, because it is, with every new account, you're taking on a new kid, right? And you gotta put a lot of care in it to kind of see the fruits of that labor. And it can be very exhausting managing like 2 or 3 or 5 Twitter accounts, and multiple Discord channels and Facebook channels. I mean, like you mentioned before, it becomes a full-time thing, and needs that attention to kind of build a community in each. So yeah, I mean that pretty much sums it up, Star. I want to thank you again for coming on and giving us your knowledge and spreading the love of marketing, because it is something that I feel finally that people are finally appreciating. Especially, I think a lot of it has to do with there have been more and more branded, at least self-branded developers out there coming out to kind of seek how to promote themselves. So at the same time, I feel like, just like myself, there's attention finally given to a very beneficial aspect of game development, which is telling people about your game. Who would have thought?
It's not evil.
Yeah, it's not evil at all.
Successful.
Yeah.
Definitely. Thank you so much. I appreciate you having me and giving me the chance to talk about this. And
of course.
I hope the rest of it goes fantastic.
Well, thank you so
everyone.
much. Bye, everybody. Well, I'm still on. Bye, Star.
What are you doing?
I don't want to log off yet. Oh my god. All right. Bye. All right, everybody. So as we are prepping for the next set of speakers, I need to take a break, man. So as you guys are drinking water, I have my water, right? So you don't know what's real and what's not real in my set here. I mean, everything's real, but it's not quite Unreal Engine 5, but it looks pretty good in my opinion. So while we resume in about 5 minutes, I'm going to go on a break, but we're going to have a next set of speakers, and I'll do the introduction and everything. So just give me a couple minutes. I need to plug plug in a couple of my hardware. It's running out of battery. So be right back, everybody. Don't go anywhere. And enjoy some lovely music, I guess. So, welcome from wherever you are streaming from. We're about to go live with the team at Sky, the Children of Light. But before we go on to that, I just wanted to remind everybody that we do have a Discord channel up and running. So if you want to find the link, go over to the website gdux.me. Feel free to drop in to conversate with other viewers or even interact with the presenter themselves. They are all in there sharing their screen. In addition, if you'd like to be part of the GDux history and be part of the show, I will be opening up the caller hotline in between presenters when we find the opportune time to talk to you directly. I want to kind of give you your take of where you're joining us from and how are things. And I do have my little birds out there in the social channels to kind of get your questions in for all our presenters today throughout the 3-day conference to ask them directly. It'll be filtering through me because I just don't trust you guys, right? Another way to help spread the love and stay engaged is to tweet at gdux.me and at Blue Champs. I spent pretty much my whole kid's college education to buy these one-of-the-kind desk plates. So please, please, please justify it by tweeting at me. I will read them. It's what I live for now, to read your tweets. Also, as part of the fun, I want to mention the good folks at Masterpiece VR. They are a 3D application software centered around using VR technology to make game development easier and faster. They happen to be our sponsor for this year's GDux event. For the next 3 days, we'll be giving away 10 free licenses, year-long indie licenses for Masterpiece VR. So all you have to do is go to gdux.me, ddux.me, to sign up to the mailing list, and then tweet at gdux.me and at Masterpiece VR on how you are enjoying the show. So the instructions are pretty simple. However, feel free to go to gdux.me to read them over if I'm talking too fast and I'm throwing too much information, right? The history, so that pretty much sums it up. All right. Before we go on and talk to the team at Sky, there's a segment that I want to introduce, a clip. So the history of game companies have been mostly about gathering up major hubs like Santa Monica, San Francisco, Austin, Texas, Seattle, Washington. These are major cities, hubs that encourage us developers to commute to and from for hours to get to work and back from work. In most cases, the most coveted jobs require you to move across the country, uprooting your life and saying goodbye to all your friends and family. This was just the way things were, and it was a blasphemy to mention the words of merely working from home. So what if it sets a precedent, Brandon? If I let you work from home, then Joe over there would have to work from home, and it would be utter chaos, right? This was shortly before the pandemic, as you can imagine. So how would I peer pressure you if you're not in an office, be able to exercise my power over you? I mean, these are the things that I think management have always been kind of echoing in the last few years. So again, since the pandemic has kind of hit everybody at once and kind of forced our way of thinking to change, everybody is working from home. It's a celebration, but also the reality is dusting off old traditional ways of making games. And the industry had to force to adapt to this new method, which required rebuilding the infrastructure and being in a new normal. Even though we're all having, is this a real life? Is this fantasy? I'm finally at home. I'm with family and all this stuff. It's super fun. It did present a lot of issues since most studios aren't set up for this, to suddenly handle this. That's why the perfect person to discuss this with is none other than the Chief Technology Officer at Perforce, Brad Hart. So as you guys get this set up, feel free to enjoy this clip.
I think you were somewhat prophetic the last time you were on, talking about having people source up to Perforce 10,000 companies is less impressive than having 10,000 people onto Perforce at the same time from the same company. And that was almost a year ago. Yep. It was almost like crazy that you kind of foresee this type of near future issue for Perforce that you've been warning everybody about, and it is so much happening. I mean, the game industry themselves, who are the hugest proponent for using Perforce for over 2 decades now, are still having a lot of issues just thinking at a different angle with everybody being remote.
I can't imagine other industries at this point who are 10 steps behind, learning where they. I mean, how's that handling all that type of questions coming in at this time?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Like you said, it's kind of been, scale across the globe, and thinking about remote teams and all that has kind of always been in our wheelhouse. So we design for it. Part of the vision that I've had with the product is that that's only going to increase, and it's going to get more difficult as 4K, 8K, all that comes to fruition. It's not getting easier to work in these environments, right, with the size of the data. So we're always trying to stay ahead of that curve and build that culture in our company to support those kinds of environments. And we have stuff in our roadmap that's going to just take this all to a new level from a scalability perspective for people working remotely, working locally. It really doesn't matter to us. I want it to be ubiquitous. Wherever somebody's seat is in the globe, they should experience the same performance and the same ability to do work, regardless of where they're located. So that's really driving the strategy on, a lot of our products. So we're well suited for it, fortunately.
So aside from that, though, like, as this was happening around the globe and finally hitting North America, I think about a month delay, you guys were already set up for this type of situation. Were you, even with the preparedness, were you ready for the whole world to kind of plug in and kind of use the number one file management system out there? I mean, I can't think of any other type of product out there that is allowing teams to kind of coordinate, cooperate, and work with each other at this scale. Literally every company in the world right now is needing this type of file management system to talk to each other, essentially, aside from video chatting all the time.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's been from an infrastructure perspective on our part, we were ready because we saw sort of it's kind of the mold that people were working in anyway. So where, you can use the Perforce products anywhere, but where we really shine, right, where we really stand out is when there's some dimension of scale, right? Whether it's, lots of files, huge files, lots of products, lots of product variants, or lots of people working on it, or certainly teams distributed across the globe. So it's just been part of our messaging, right? And part of our enablement is to allow this sort of global spread of data and collaboration regardless. So a team in the UK can just as easily contribute to the same set of code or assets that a team in California or Boston is, right? And there's literally no difference. There's no restrictions that are slowing them down. And so it just really fit in line with how we work anyways. And, we've been seeing the trends as well where people are moving their infrastructure using our platform, where traditionally, certainly all across the board 10 years ago and earlier, it was all local, right? So massive files, large servers, all the people are working locally. And if per chance somebody was to do something remote, it would have to be through some sort of VPN kind of situation or, remote access, et cetera. Whereas we've seen some of our biggest customers are now looking to move and have already started moving a lot of their infrastructure of Perforce into the cloud. They've already started that, and they're looking at and being very attentive to the different regions where they set up servers. And with our products, they're setting up the different replication technologies we have, again, so that somebody on this side of the globe, we don't want to have a positive experience and somebody on the other side of the globe to have a negative experience. So with our products and our replication capabilities, which we've been working with customers for years with, they replicate that data all across the globe. So it really doesn't matter where you are. We're going to give that same sort of local-like experience, whether it's local hardware or it's in the cloud. It doesn't matter. We're sort of ubiquitous with us. So that's kind of, this situation is just sort of right in our wheelhouse for what we're doing anyways. So we've been fortunate, and it's shown too. Certainly with the gaming market, with people at home, and some people aren't working, unfortunately, or even people that are working but can't go out to dinner or go bowling or go to the movies. Gaming, the demand is up, right? I'd love to get your take on that. We're certainly seeing it. I know I'm personally, me and my wife play golf on the PS4 every night right after we put the kids to bed. Wasn't doing that before, and it's kind of an interesting trend. So our customers they're under the wire. They've got to deliver software and games because they're seeing a lot of pressure to produce content for people. What have you seen there?
No, I definitely agree. I think at first when people were anticipating how many were going to be at home and turning usually to entertainment to kind of ease the time suffering, basically, a lot of people were kind of guessing that they won't be spending as much money, but more like going towards freeware or mobile games, on the cheaper side. Mm-hmm. But data are in saying that people are spending more money towards game industry stuff, which is great for us, for everybody essentially, because there's only so many times I can lap in my backyard, very limited space, before I have to go back in the house and do something. And so, and not knowing how long this will be, people are saying summer or even this is 2020 basically.
Right.
A lot of people are adjusting to the new normal and everything. Something that you touched on a bit that has been somewhat controversial, and I just want to know your opinion on it, since it kind of correlates, to your company, but also to the industry overall, has been data cap, right? That is a very new concept in the last year and a half, and more than ever, thankfully, recently, a lot of the internet companies have relaxed their measures on data cap, letting people actually spend more time. How do you see that conversation returning after this kind of subset? Because that's a pretty insane thing to think that we should limit any of that. Charging people more.
Yeah, I mean, I think my from a personal consumer perspective, I mean, I'm completely against that, right? And the data throttling and all that. And I think it would be to your point, it would be a horrible look in today's climate, for them to be enforcing that and trying to garner more dollars out of the consumers. I think it's interesting to see how that will play out moving forward once we're kind of out of the fray here, even if it's late this year or next year, whatever, when things are back to whatever normal we're going to have. It's going to be interesting. I think, I heard something like, people were kind of talking at the beginning of all this, like, you can learn a lot about your company or the people that you do business with, the people, the restaurants, the stores, your own employment. You're going to learn a lot about companies and people based on how they treat people during the situation, right? So I think the companies that are being, empathetic towards the situation where people are home, a lot of people aren't working, and then how they deal with it now, and how they, how quickly do they kind of go back to business as normal and try to squeeze, right? I mean, everybody's in business to make money, but it's going to be, I think there's going to be a chance for some companies to sort of separate themselves based on their approach, right? You're seeing it with the airline industries, right? Like, so, I fly Delta a lot, and they kind of came out and basically just said, your status, whatever you had, is good till 2021, right? Like, don't worry about it. Marriott did the same thing. So it's like some of these companies they're thinking about what the daily person's thinking about, and what life's going to be like when they go back to normal. And it's just one example, right? So, I know my cell phone carrier, they're increasing the amount of free hotspot usage you can use right now. I think those are good things to do. I mean, a little bit of good grace and goodwill, I think, goes a long way. Like, to your point, though, I don't have a forecast on what they're going to do once they can kind of start to leverage things again. It's going to be interesting, but I think it's an opportunity to sort of separate out a company's mindset and their persona, once things kind of loosen up a little bit.
So we're going to change things up a bit and keep you viewers out there on your toes. The next set of presenters are from that game company team. Oh, 1 second. See, whenever I do a switch like that, it's because the teleprompter is not working. That game company team, my old boss, Cecil Kim, who is now the art director over there, will be presenting with Rika Yoshino, who is the art environment artist and art team manager at the company. They will be playing a demo of their recently released and highly popular iOS game, Sky, the Children of Light. While playing through it, we will talk and provide insights behind the development of Sky. So what is Sky? Well, yeah, I've been living under a rock for the past year. Sky is an open world game where you can fly, explore, and interact with other players. They will showcase the beautiful world and fly mechanics. In this part, maybe music instruments that players can play with. So I'm going to pipe you guys in so now the audience can hear you guys. How are you guys doing?
Good. Thank you.
All right. Sorry. Yeah, I hear you guys just fine. Yes. Thank you for sitting there patiently.
Right.
So let's do a mic check real quick.
No
Cesar, how you doing?
Good, very good.
All right, Rika.
Thanks for having us.
Do you hear me just fine?
Yes, I hear you.
All right. So we have Sky going on, but we're just going to use our voice, and Cecil in this hour will be doing Foley sounds because for some reason I think there was some audio mishap in the background, but we'll survive through this. So Elise, to kind of start things off, I gave a slight introduction that doesn't give you guys enough justice. Cecil, why don't we start with you, kind of a little bit about your background, and then we'll follow it up with Rika.
Oh yeah. I mean, I've been working in games since like '90s, mid '90s. So since then, I've worked on Final Fantasy IX and God Over series as a concept artist, lead concept artist, and then visual development lead. And after that, on studios, made mobile games, PC games, about 8 years, and then the time was done, so I closed the business, and then I joined that game company. So that was right after Sky was launched on iOS. Right now it's available on Android worldwide. So the game is growing. And, I'm currently right now a director at the game company. Nice to meet you guys.
Yeah. Enrica, let's go with you next.
Yeah, of course. Hi, everyone. I'm Rika, and in comparison, I am a lot more greener than Cecil is in this industry. So, in 2016, I graduated from University of Pennsylvania, and since then, I've worked on Spy Party with Chris Hecker, and after that, I have been with that game company for a little over 2 years. Yeah, nothing too fancy compared to Cecil, but that's me.
Yeah, I think both our resumes is tame compared to Cecil. So I want to thank you guys for both coming on, and so we're changing the pace. We've been having a lot of speakers, and so we kind of designate this GDUX conference and as a bunch of presenters because this is a mixture of a different amount. See, I'm going to be above the TV right now. And for the next hour, we're going to look at Sky and kind of think and talk through about the development stories behind it, the challenges, and give insight. This is, if anything, more of a dev stream than a game stream. So this demo right here, although we don't hear the sound, I know sound is a huge component. I guess we can talk about that a bit. Where for players out there, I think I see actually Cecil playing with Rika. So this is a multiplayer type of game. This is probably a first for the studio, right? Having multiple players online persistently? Do you guys mind talking about more of that aspect?
I mean, I can tell you a little bit.
Go ahead, Rika.
Well, Journey has had multiplayer, but this is the first time where we're trying to use that like specific aspect about multiplayer and make that into game. So, now we actually have, as you can see on the screen, we actually have interactions with other players. You can actually unlock chat. So, there's a small part of Journey that what made it successful, and we were trying to expand on that idea for Sky.
And what was the biggest hurdle making that transition? Because a single player experience, and you guys were definitely really excelling in that regard. I mean, aside from the actual development, getting network programmers on board and attacking iOS, like this is the first iPhone game as well, right?
Yeah. Our company, our studio has historically done consoles, but the difficulty about making this game compared to our previous titles is that because it involves other players and more intimate interactions with them, so including chat, when we open that door, it kind of puts us at a risk of how am I supposed to put this in words? When there are a lot of players in chat and all that stuff involved, I think the tendency for games is that negative things tend to appear more. And because our games is about altruism, humanity, people showing kindness to each other, we have to be very clever about how we make this sandbox and set up an environment in a way that players can actually enjoy each other, where players are encouraged to help someone else rather than be more self-centered or driven by self-interest. That was probably one of the biggest design challenges that the team has faced, I believe.
Mm-hmm. And Cecil, is this? I mean, you come from a background from a lot of single player. Well, I mean, of course, at Section you have a little experience of actually diving into, network and actually multiple players. I mean, how have that experience kind of brought over to the game company and into this game?
Yeah, I mean, I did experience the launching a live product and working on a schedule to release new content. But this game is basically like it's open world theme park for the players to come in, and it's just like heavily focused on like social interaction. So the map is pretty big. I mean, the world is like made of like 7 world. They're all like connected. And to support that, I think the engines that we use, our proprietary engine that supports the terrain meshes and like all this cool effects and stuff, it takes years. I mean, I joined later in the production, but I think there's a lot of it came from the Journey as well. But I think that being able to do this in a mobile device is the really good example of companies' the philosophy, like making a product is timeless, meaning like it's visually like it's none of a kind, and it's also the thing we are able to push for players can do is pretty amazing. And I'm sure like our creative director Genova Chen and designers and teams that wanted to test out like what is gonna work for the community that we wanted to invite and play our games, and finding out that core gameplay, which is in this case, exploration is huge in our game, and there's some sort of mystery and there's puzzles and like similar to Journey, on top of visual aesthetic and landscapes. But we allow players to go everywhere, anywhere, and basically the communicating your emotions and you see. I mean, that's my buddy Phil. I asked him to join. He played quite a bit. He looks pretty good with all the cosmetics and stuff. So you don't have to talk to them. You just have to unlock these emotes, and you can explore different area that you haven't been to because of you don't have a strong wind buff or something, and your players can actually take you there. So to make it short, this is a amazing like open world theme park experience when there's no like intense comparative nature or fighting or anything like that, right? So it's very psychologically, it's very relaxing too. So it really helps me, like especially late at night, soundtrack and everything. It's just if you like flying, I mean, I think there's many games out there did a flying mechanics great in the console side of things, but it's amazing. So so that's why I love working on this game. Currently we are until like 5th season, 6th season. So we update season like every 3 months, and just getting better, and we're putting out more because we know what community likes now. More and more communication happening between our community and fans. So I mean, worldwide, this game is both content-wise is growing, and then user base is like we're getting close to 20 million now. So that is remarkable in terms of being like a lot of time they don't know what to do in the game because we take very minimal approach of telling player what to do, right? Just like Journey. So, but then people find that it just feels good being in the game, and then once you develop a career character, unlock a lot of things, then like, wow, is it that we are holding hands now? Oh, the Ray guy's pulling me out. I mean, Phil is now following me.
So how many players can?
So we're gonna show you some flying.
Yeah. So how many players can be in a server? So how many players at once can be with each other?
Up to 8 players.
8 players. Okay.
It's 8 players maximum for every level.
Okay.
Maximum, every level. So yeah, now
I'm hearing sound.
Ray guy's showing off.
Am I hearing from your mic?
Yeah, Ray guy's.
Okay. Or maybe hold it next to the mic. Actually, might be the cheapest way to get sound through here. Yeah. There we go. I assure you guys to give this a download because it is free right now on iOS, right? So the sound and visual quality, we're not doing it too much justice, but again, this is part of the fun of doing things live stream. But sound, as you guys mentioned before, and music plays a huge part in this game. Can you explain in what way exactly?
Well, I mean, we focus on emotional arc when you play the game. So the composer of Vincent Diamante, he's an amazing composer. It's just like classical concert, right? Yeah. And then the music itself is really focusing on like the pacing and like the feeling of the discovery and things like that. So it's actually, if you have a speaker on, it's one of the few games my wife don't
get annoyed.
Complain to me. It's kind of nice. Keep playing.
Yeah, it's not God of War.
So here,
yeah.
Oh, she actually liked the God of War too. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
She actually liked the God of War sound. Yeah. God of War, Journey, and the Sky. Those 3 games. She loves soundtrack. So right now, Reika is taking me to under ice. It's actually under ice special area. So because we want to focus on when you're like little kid, right? The things you want to do is like you want to go to like outside where like, and then ride on this ice or jump off the cliff. Not jump off the cliff. That's kind of dangerous, but
Don't do that.
so
kids.
we really want people to don't do that, kids. Do stuff together, and when you like strip all this noise of other multiplayer has, like a lot of the UI interactions and collecting and all this upgrade and stuff, you really understand like the interaction is mostly about your expressing your feeling, right?
Yeah.
So look at this, like this. I'm sorry, maybe jumping back and forth, but I have to like really talk about this. The tech that we have, one of the great things is how we create this simulate the sky clouds. These are like, because we have this awesome tech, especially like this clouds feels real, right? And then we do have some sort of like magical collisions where you are allowed to fly everywhere, but we have to still guide the user to follow a certain direction. And I mean, it's hard to explain, but just clouds are almost like touching you, almost like guiding you. It's not like hitting a wall that you cannot go through. It really feels good kind of when you kind of come around the clouds. And so here is one of the most architecture based area. Is almost like palace. Here we have we just went through the race. You can actually start the race with other players too. There's a starting point. If you have 8 of your friends that are in your group, you can slide down and you can actually race. So platforming and flying, those are always fun, but we also really want to have a good multiplayer components, such thing as like holding hands and piggyback, carrying each other and like high five and hugging. So yeah, I mean a lot of new users. There's a good amount of people that are not into competitive games, right? But then they want to play multiplayer, but there's not many multiplayers that only focusing on positive emotional experience. So we're getting a lot of touching letters from the fans. They're telling us like, just because this game, they're actually like not feeling good about towards society and their life and stuff. So yeah. So this guy, you can see. Oh, that's not my friend, but Reika. It's just Reika's friend. That's why Reika is seeing a full texture body, but I'm seeing as a gray body.
Okay.
Reika, who's that?
Yeah, who'd you invite?
It's a friend. It's a friend I made through a friend's friend. So the magical moments kind of happen in this game where your network kind of expands. You kind of meet these new people where you've never met before, but it's because it's your friend. You befriend them. You help each other out. I don't know this person very, very well, but we have had a couple of interactions. I don't think I have chat unlocked with them. Yeah, I actually don't. But it's through actions like going through a level, which we're about to do now, together that kind of brings us closer. He has just disappeared. Probably
disappeared.
It's camera shy. Yeah. Now, this is
the door open.
It's a beautiful game. Like it. I know this is kind of going back to a little bit of Seesaw. I mean, it reminds me a lot of like Final Fantasy and the feeling that you get from playing those games.
Yeah.
There's a huge musical element to it, obviously, but even without sound visually, it seems like you mentioned before, an orchestra, an experience kind of you're walking through. So Rika, actually, I have a question. So being on part of the environment team and coming from that background, I mean, how big is the team to assembling this type of game per level?
Yeah, our team is about. Actually, we don't have a right number in my head. For 3D artists, it's mainly me and Aaron and Trev. So we have 3 artists. We have 2 animators. We have 2 concept artists. One includes Cecil, so Yui and Cecil. Both of them are craft leads. So that is more on the actual art side. And on the audio side, we have Ritz, who's the audio designer, and Vince, who is our music composer. So size is about 9. We work together to kind of bring. Right now, we focus on a lot of season contents, but for levels like this, for example, it probably would require maybe about 3-4 people to bring it together. Does that answer your question?
Oh yeah, I mean that's incredible size. I mean, Cecil can definitely speak in lengths of how team sizes have grown over the past few generations. But I always kind of like, even though I never worked on the PS2 era consoles, I feel like that team size, and it's kind of like what you guys are echoing and other indie developers are kind of repeating, are a little bit more intimate, like a smaller team size, but able to kind of produce amazing content. And again, for something like Sky, it's completely appropriate to work that closely together in a smaller scale and still have amazing. You guys were mentioning like 20 million people downloading the game and playing through this world. I mean, what? How you feel about that, Cecil? Like, yeah, I know you've been on teams that are like 300 plus, but recently just been. How are you liking smaller teams recently?
Well, it's great. I mean, it's definitely you have to wear more hats, and the inner department conversation and discussion is crucial. So I do get invited to design discussion, even narrative discussion. So everyone is bringing their own feedback to different angle. It's a small team, but I think now we're seeing growth in our community. So we definitely has to ramp up and hire more people. So if you like playing our games and if you're really into this type of visual style, yeah, you can always send us your resume.
You hear that? Everyone just tweet at Cecil if you want a job. He'll go ahead and reply to you. That's what you're opening up to, dude. So, well, I mean, like, as part of the success and kind of leading up to what you're, I think, about to say, like, now that the game have proven to be having an audience, and you know, you guys still want that intimate control of being a small team. Yeah. When you're ramping up, are you guys talking about increase in seasons or increase in content per season? What exactly are the type of resources are you looking to grow the team for?
Yeah, so typically when you see a trend and then growth in player base, there's 2 things we have to do, which is like stabilizing the game, more people play, and we see more problems and more reports, and everything is important to everybody. So we need to have definitely polish the game further, and also we have to create a content, not only worldwide but also regional focus contents too. Like, so right now we spend 3 months doing one season, but we are hoping to be able to like do more frequently, right? And then I mean, this is just a starting point. We're creating a theme park, meaning, do you know about? Kind of mentioned that his dream of Sky being more like Disneyland, meaning when Disneyland opened in the '60s, there was only few rides and few places you can visit, and now it's like more, right? I mean, so if you think about that, when you come back to the theme park, you wanna go find the place that you haven't been, and so every time it's a new opening or a new area. So we wanna give players to more places to visit and play. And then it's like I think Reika brings a lot of good direction when we come to designing our contents, like including like instruments and cosmetics. You can see there's capes and hats and what do you call it? Pants. All those things are like seasonal like content, and I think it's really has to come from the user's point of view. See, they're very opinionated about what they like, what they don't like, and I think I'm not good at picking my own clothes, right? So I think Reika and a lot of our company actually really like wanted to hear from like all the users making right
so they pretty much look around the office and look at the people who are better dressed. Let's not talk to Cecil for a second. Let's talk to Rika about how to dress up these characters.
Yeah, definitely. We do spend a lot of time talking about that too.
Yeah. So
the
Rika,
wonderful thing about TV. Sorry. Is that we actually have a good chunk of female employees, and we're our biggest core audience is actually female players. And we're trying to incorporate more of our female voices in the studio. Because it is a game industry, and as a whole, the lack of female devs is pretty apparent overall. But we are trying to, we're aware of that, and also we give power to everyone equally in terms of like their opinions on their seasonal content. Right, we try to involve them as much as we could.
I think that's fantastic. I think more and more game studios should, and if they haven't already, need to think like that, because it's a diverse group, and especially for an iPhone game, iOS game, there's just a bigger audience, and a more well-mixed audience, and so it really starts from the development team to kind of express coherently with each other for having a gaming audience that kind of have the same kind of mixture. When it comes to inspiration, Rika, I mean, are there games or mediums or like movies or entertainment that you guys draw from for Sky initially and now?
I think it varies from person to person on the team. Genova for sure it draws inspiration from like Disneyland and the park. I personally kind of never played games until I played Journey, and that was a moment where like I'm gonna go into games. This was a senior year in college, so it was a pretty drastic decision that I have made, but it has impacted me enough to want to pursue this interactive media.
Wait, hold on. So you never played games until college? Or you didn't get into game development to college?
My parents are extremely anti-game, so I didn't really grow up.
What was your career that you were going for? Like, doctor?
I wanted to go into animation.
Oh, animation. Okay.
No.
So you're not so far off. Sorry, that was a.
It's not too far off, but for
not too
someone
far.
who has never played games, to be
right.
like, yo,
That's
I want to
huge.
be
That's huge. Yeah.
It was a little intimidating, but I think wanting to create things versus liking games and playing games is also different from each other. I have started to play a lot more games ever since I joined this industry, and I'm slowly trying my best to change my parents' minds about it.
Right. Yeah, if you were like me when I met Cecil, he told me that I got to play all the games he worked on before I can talk to him. So I don't know if he made you do if that was the same case. But the funny thing is I did play all the games he ever worked on, which is the crazy thing. You didn't even have to tell me. I played everything. Even Parasite Eve. That was one of my favorite games.
Yeah.
Loved that game.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
So,
I mean,
we wanted to show like oh sorry. We wanted to show the musical instrument, but there's no sound right now, right?
I only can hear the sound through your mic. And so it's kind of fitting that we're in quarantine, so we're not getting direct feed of the audio. So I think people are at least hearing the sound through the mic and getting an idea. I mean, the sound, as far as I can tell, is matching up to the visual. It's just as important and amazing.
Yeah, so what you're seeing is a little bit of our lore, the back story. These guys are elders, and throughout the game, you have these ancestors you meet.
Yeah, I feel like every time I turn my head away from an iPhone game, it sneaks up on me on how much power it can produce nowadays. It kind of scares me. I feel like, and I guess this is a good point to kind of ask Rika, like, obviously developing for a phone has its constraints, but I mean, how rapid has it been for if you were to, well, of course it's not matching the consoles, but like it feels like nothing's holding it back much now that you can do these type of games.
Yeah, I haven't worked on previous console titles from TGC, so I can't really say. But I think it even surprises the artists on our team how much the phones can handle these days. Because it is a mobile game, we have techniques to kind of work around limitations. But even then, I feel like we're throwing a lot at our phones, and we're just constantly shocked how much the phones can take. So yeah, I think devices are getting, more and more powerful. I can't say anything besides the fact that I'm also shocked that whatever I make actually manages to not have to.
Just throw whatever in there. Pray for the best. I mean, you were just.
We definitely have to optimize, but when we are going through the iteration process, we can't always keep optimization in mind when we're just testing. And yeah, the game still takes it, and it's pretty awesome that it does.
Yeah, we're going through this huge world, and it seems like there's a lot of exploration that the players are allowed to, but there are these sort of story moments or endpoints to kind of carry the moments forward, which is the perfect blend, in my opinion, of single player and multiplayer. It's really impressive that, when you were talking about how I'm talking about the environment team, and the characters are great too, but I'm an environment guy, so the environment team being so small, typically how long does it take to kind of construct one of these levels? from beginning to end, from concept to finish?
Yeah, there are kind of two teams involved in that. So one is design and one is art. At least at TGC, a lot of the levels start off with designers' block-ins. They usually think of the gameplay, they think of multiplayer aspects, social aspects, and artists kind of go in and polish that up. So I can't speak for design too much. I think it varies. Some block-ins are quicker, some iterations take longer. At least for art, I would say like maybe 1 or 2 months. Especially the first few levels are given, they're given a lot more priority because, for funneling issues, we want the new players to experience as little friction as possible. So those levels get a lot more time. So I think total they have gotten more than just 2 months. But and a lot of but the other levels are probably anywhere from 1 to 2 months, maybe a little bit more, depending on the complexity. But yeah, because it is a live game, it's we go through the levels and we adjust them. So yeah, they're constantly going through change. But it's about, I would say, it's about a couple months to actually make a presentable level.
Not just drawing on a piece of paper. I do want to remind at this point that we are opening up the floor for questions from the audience out there. So we do have our moderators doing recon to kind of field those questions over to me so I can ask to the team here at that game company, both Cecil and Rika. So this is your opportunity to talk to the devs directly. Feel free to drop a question as we continue streaming. So let me kind of look at this as we keep going here. So all these puzzle elements, it seems like it plays off of the keyboard sound. Can you explain that a little bit about the design?
So this is like the Reika is she just pulled out her piano, and then gives out this music note sheet. So we also give out the music notes so you can actually follow that and learn how to play certain songs. But this is more like the keyboard itself. So all the sound and how it works matches with other instruments too. So we do get a fans video of like 4 or 5 players playing different instruments and stuff together. So it's pretty robust. It's really good technology, and fans loving it. So each season we try to introduce new instruments.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
So Reika, can you play any songs?
I could. Right now, I don't get real-time feedback, so let me try.
Yeah,
I can play
on the spot.
Man, I used to know how to play Happy Birthday, but I don't have
the right
that great of
notes.
a musical talent. Yeah.
We got 3 agents here. We can figure something out.
Well, that's from Spirited Away.
Oh, nice.
Let's see.
Wow.
So that's from Kiki's Delivery Service. And let's see. Yes, okay, I got that right. So that's Princess Mononoke.
Yeah, we can
Can you
hear
rotate
it.
the camera so we can see you, Bang? Can you rotate the camera so we can see you, Bang?
Oh, we actually see her with the phone? Oh, no. I see.
Yeah.
So does every player have like this ability to play music for each other?
Once they unlock an instrument, once they purchase one, yes.
That is a cool idea. I mean, I've never met Junova, is that correct? but it's kind of. I know it takes an army to make a game, but there's at least at that game company, there's a consistency here where the theme kind of carries across ever since Journey. Where you guys definitely have a very unique theme to your studio and your output. I mean, do you guys start the day reciting like that game company rules? And I mean, like, how do you carry across multiple games and still be so unique? Like, that's the level of consistency is insane. I don't know any companies that have done that since for a while. Like, we're talking about the PS2 era where I feel like there was hits after hits after hits. I feel like this type of energy have been kind of disappearing the past few years.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Cecil. Thanks for agreeing with me. I mean, how do you feel about it, Cecil? I mean, you've been in the industry for a long time working on huge franchises, and you've seen like shifts and turns and big and small companies come and go. Do you agree? I mean, do you see that type of, this what you guys are doing with Sky? Like, there's something here that a lot of games don't have.
Yeah.
A soul, I think.
Exactly.
Right?
So, right, because we only look at the market that are proven, and we assume that, gamers will prefer this and that. But until you actually really bring something like truthful about human emotion, right? But a lot of times people see it as a risk, definitely, right? But we're lucky to have a visionary like Genova. He spent a lot of time communicating that to the team. Actually, it took me a while to understand that, and why is it important, and why is it important to be set in the beginning, and to protect that throughout the development, right? Otherwise, everyone's to have different ideas. Let's make it this, let's do this and that. But unless you have a really strong philosophy, like grounded, and we are trying hard to also like teach that to new employees that come on board, and I think it's obviously the people likes it. We reach different audience, and we're making. I hope there's more games like this. I mean, there's the other games that are momentarily have these kind of feelings here and there, like something like Breath of the Wild from Zelda games too. When you're running on the grass field, riding a horse, right? It's like you just want to do that, and it feels good because there's like, yeah. So I think we'll definitely will protect this philosophy and going forward, and then hopefully this will also inspire the developers.
So this
especially like this time like this. Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry to cut you off.
I mean, I think I'm sorry. In times like this, it's hard to meet people and being connected. So
right.
That's why we see a lot of people are playing our game when.
Well, there you have it. You're throwing it out again. If you want to play with Cecil, go over to his Twitter page and ask for his handle. He wants to play with you. So this is a question from our community. This is from Jackal101. So is your team, and can go to either of you, is your team mostly based out of one city, or do you have team members worldwide?
Right now we spread. Yeah, Baker, go ahead.
Most of our team members are in Santa Monica, in Los Angeles with us. We do have a couple international, very, very few, because in select countries we're looking for to hire some people to kind of help us with, communicating with the fans and audience. But majority for now, it's on the website. It's in America. We do have some remote workers, but majority are in studio. Well, now we're all working from home, unfortunately.
Everyone's at home. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is from Atosh Quasm. Sorry for mispronouncing your name. What was the inspiration for the lore of Sky?
Oh, that's that's
not born when that was.
Yeah, I'm not the person to answer.
This is a design question. We have artists here, guys. Come on, get with we don't want designers here. Come on. Let me kind of move on to another question here. So this is how long has that game company been working on Arc? Or are they saying Arc?
Arc meaning the new season.
Oh, in the new season. Wow, you
Yes.
got a fan here then. Okay.
That was just
Cecil, you can
recently.
answer
I
that
think
probably.
we started. Yeah, I think the arc meaning I think the new season.
Yeah. How long
new
does a
is
season take? Yeah.
Right. Planning and then development and then QA and all that stuff. I'll say 3 to 4 months. Yeah.
I see.
But
It's pretty quick turnaround. Yeah, this
it's
is crazy.
yeah, and then we do pivot in between in the middle of the production too. So
Oh wow. And make
we
changes.
survived through it, and
Right.
yeah. I think that's the season that we were polishing, and then we had to like go home and go into lockdown.
Oh shit. All right. So this is actually my question here. The follow up is, I mean, how much did the lockdown like delay things for you guys? I mean, I'm sure it took a little time to get used to it, but how was that transition?
Yeah, I
Actually,
can
it's
answer
been-
that question if that's okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I think it's a delay. Sorry to interrupt you, Cecil. I think our team has been handling it pretty well. We were all generally worried because we've never done this huge scale of work from home before. But people are more active on our group chats. Communication has been a lot clearer. I can't say for what your experience has been, Cecil, but at least as a team manager, the increase in meetings is a little incredible. It's a little too many meetings, but because communication is important during times, during this epidemic, it can't be helped. But timeline-wise, production-wise, we're doing pretty good, and I think we're all fortunate to be in this industry where people are experiencing positive things out of our game. We actually get to see that every day.
So this is a follow-up question for you, Rika. This is from Miriam Mamura. What's your favorite asset or environment that you built for the game?
My favorite asset.
Yeah, this is very specific.
Darn, it is very specific. I think I saw her. She might be right here. Let's see.
You go look for it.
Yeah, there's one thing that I'm kind of happy about. Let's see. Let me actually try to show it in game. One of my first cosmetics that I have made was this piece of headset. It was the first time that Sky had a little bit more of natural hair. Everything has been pretty smooth, as you can see on some of the screen. It doesn't reflect all the different kind of hair that exists in the world. But I think as a new artist, being able to kind of having the power to like actually make these kind of assets kind of it makes me extremely happy that like I get to be part of like trying to be inclusive to people. It's hard because it's we're trying to tackle such a big thing, but this was like a small thing that I did that made me feel like I made some kind of impact, and it was really, really nice to see like players using it. It makes me happy when people are using their 3 sets of like afro and 1 curly ball and 2 curly balls. But introducing different kind of assets to be more inclusive, be more how to say, like, just be more open-minded about all the different players that we're trying to reach. This was like the first step that I took, and it's something that makes me happy to this day. So it's nothing fancy, but this is one thing that I'm happy about.
That's very meaningful. I definitely appreciate that for sure. So this is a question, and I'll throw it back to you, Cecil. This is from Marie and Sky. I guess that's the handle. Would you ever poll the Sky community for new ideas? I mean, what kind of community interactions have you guys done or planning to do to kind of help with the seasons?
Well, I mean, we wanted to always wanted to. I mean, for me personally, I like creating a world, right? So, we try to make new area, but also, as I mentioned there again, like we like to also strengthen our multiplayer mechanics. So, but then like the most important thing is also like have a memorable story that people can remember from the season. So it all goes back to that too. We want the player to remember the season certain season in the later. So we wanted to really have a good narrative emotion that's kind of brings all the seasons together. Yeah. So for Christmas season, we had a story about old grandma wanted to have his family join her dinner. So the way we did it is the grandma has actually give the player the bell, and you have to bring the bell to the spirits that are all spread hide in the world. Then you actually remind them, telling them, okay, it's time to come home. So it's a simple story, but because our game's minimal approach in visuals and sound, visuals and it's really cute. I mean, it really works. Like we actually see that happening at the end of the season. People really like that. Yeah. So there's like gameplay part and there's a story part. It's always a balance, right?
Yep, definitely. Yeah. So we're actually at the end of the hour. I want to thank you both, Cecil and Rika, for going through all the technical hurdles. I feel like us connecting on GDUX have been a lot more tougher for you guys than working on a season on Sky. So I want to thank you for your time and your consideration. And I'm sure the fans out there loved hearing the dev stories and your insights on creating this amazing game. If it isn't obvious already, I want everyone to go over to and download this game. It's free for everybody. But I'm going to hand the mic over to you first, Cecil, and then Rika, to say anything that you guys want to shout out to, give attention to, before we say goodbye for today.
Yeah, Rika, go ahead.
Cecil?
Gentlemen.
Yeah, I mean, it's download the game, and if you're an artist, just to investigate how we done certain things will be really good lesson for you, because yeah, I mean, and also if you're just a game designer, then also it's good that like there's other mechanics that you can focus on and still brings the people to play. And if you're just straight gamer, then give it a try. Say it's worth. We I mean, like I mentioned, like last year it was awarded as Apple iOS Game of the Year. So that was a huge
That's pretty big.
recognition.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's a big deal.
Thanks for watching us streaming. Yeah.
All right, Rika.
Yeah, thanks everyone for watching our stream, and people who play our game, thank you. If it weren't for the players, this game wouldn't exist. All games will eventually kind of get boring for everyone, but what keeps Sky interesting is the people that we are only providing the sandbox for it. So thank you to all our fans and audience who haven't played but who are thinking of playing. Thank you. And yeah, that's it. And also any inspiring students, artists, and more female devs, feel free to reach out to me in-game if you find me or Twitter. I would like to be of any help if that's possible.
All right. Well, thank you guys. Truly inspirational to see amazing developers making amazing games. And I always like the fact that small teams can produce huge things. And not like that game company have been having a bad streak and you guys need it. You guys are just hitting home runs every time you deliver a game, it seems. It's definitely an enjoyable experience to kind of see a playful game and having like a good experience from it to kind of distract us from what's going on right now in the world. So I want to thank you both for coming on, and as always, you're welcome back anytime, but I'm sure we're all exhausted. So I want to thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
All right.
All right, bye-bye.
All right, bye.
Bye.
All right. We have two more presenters. So before I introduce our next one, I want to go over an important topic. So one of the trends that have been growing in the industry has been AAA companies opting to not offer full-time positions, but instead hire large groups of contractors. As more and more vets are finding themselves vulnerable, they are left with less choices in job security. It's a very competitive industry, and unfortunately, experienced professionals are being pushed out to accept these contract positions that can be as short as 6 months with no health benefits. These are people with a family support and are undertaking huge risk just to make ends meet. As games get more complicated and teams not growing that much bigger, the industry is facing a major problem of needing these skilled professionals that rather work at Facebook, Google, or these other tech companies. So I have a dear friend that I've talked to a couple months ago, Shora Ferrahani, is currently a senior artist at Ghost Story Games, but his experience spans across major studios like Sledgehammer Games, Raven Software, and Naughty Dog. It was his experience at Naughty Dog that highlights this recurring issue that game developers are currently facing.
But in general, back to the Naughty Dog talk, I think I joined them when they were like starting to ramp up for the full production. Like one of the great thing about that studio was like the moment you entered, you're presented with like, you know, hey, this is the game that we are making. Like there's because people come in to the office, so there's not much concept work on display, but at the same time, there is like presentations. There's a lot of documentation that you can go through and like, familiarize yourself with what is like the game that you're working on, what section of the game and the way it works is for us, the environment artists, is they essentially give you a full level, do whatever you want to do. And it's like between you, a modeler, and a texture guy. And it was just ramping up at the time. So at the time, like when I started, nothing crazy. And in general, I personally like didn't get too crazy like crunch even like after 6 months, because I would take like, lunch breaks, go like, have a, play basketball. But there is a certain point in the studio that, you start seeing these emails like, hey, if you want to work 60 hours, it's fine. We are approving it. And like, we are providing, food and all of that, although that thing is its own. Like, I remember when we were at Pocket Gems, there was like free lunch, everything. And they were so chill about it. Like when you're going to some of these game studios, they think they're giving you like so much benefits with providing you food and stuff. Dude, these are tax deductibles. So there is not necessarily any force, but you're looking at your peers and you're looking, hey, this looks really good. I want to keep up. You're an artist. You want to create the best work you're doing, and you have the tools to create the best work you're doing. Like there are certain times, like, when we were on Call of Duty, the tools, there were certain things that did not fit. Like, if you're working like on a sci-fi thing, the tools are not suited for that. But in Naughty Dog, the tools are there. Everything is there. So you are trying to push the best that you can do, and you see your peers, you're walking past by a VFX person, he's doing a fantastic job creating just waves, like everything you see is so high quality. You want to prove yourself that you are capable of doing that high quality. But there is not necessarily any force that says, hey, you have to stay this long. But overall, I overtimed, but it wasn't in a way that, because again, I took the lunch breaks. Hey, maybe this worked in a way that they canceled my contract after 6 months because I wasn't staying till 11 at night. Who knows? But I personally, but I was seeing a lot of people who are there like for very long hours, and like the person next to me, the kid, like he was coming off of it, like, this was his first main gig, and he was like staying till late, coming to work like super drawn out and tired again. And again, some of the scenes that were given to him, because the quality they want from him is so high, he's just like, there are parts that he was like, how do I do this? How can I get over this hump? And it was a lot of that.
It's definitely crunch culture's young man's game for sure. I think even if you take your younger self, right? Let's say you're probably a few years in the industry and you are starting at Naughty Dog. You have everything to want to prove yourself. And I think, and that's the dangerous part of this whole crunching idea, is that people have this misconception that there's a manager or producer, like a Tolga, that comes at your desk and then points fingers and forces you to stay or else, right? But the reality is like they can't legally do that, right? Because it will cause an uproar. But it's more like subtle peer pressure. You see everyone in your cubicle pushing really hard, and even if you clock out at 7 p.m., a normal, like that's even later than normal, right? 6 to 7 p.m. There's a sense of guilt. Or you don't want to be the first one out, right? And there's it's mostly driven by peer pressure. So we have like a good experience at least that we can draw from, right? So I don't know about you, but we work at Pocket Gems together, right? that was my first mobile outside the traditional game industry company, right?
Yeah.
And I was very shocked at how open and because it's not quite like Facebook where they have like chefs in the kitchen, but we had catered dinner and lunch every single day, and like every month there was like a team outing of some sort, and then every 2 months there's like a bigger team outing. And so there's always seems to be every week an activity outside of just sitting at your desk to keep you busy. And for the first time there was like a huge sense of security where it didn't feel like every deadline was our last. And then after that, I kind of want to hear your thoughts about having that type of experience and then going back to traditional a highly praised studios such as Naughty, the best of AAA. By this point, they have 8 like top selling games every time they ship, right? Can you kind of compare those experiences and dive a little deeper about the differences where you felt like, oh wow, we're really still behind on the accommodations here for game developers?
So yeah, like with Pocket Gems, I think again the work that I was working on might not have been the most fulfilling thing artistically because the project I came to Pocket Gems for never got off the ground. But in general, yeah, like other even than the like, you know, catered food and all like, you know, the fantastic kitchen and all of that, it was just like the chill vibe. And also it was at the time that you remember like I tore my knee, like, you know, my knee got shattered at the time. And like I was on crutches and I was going to physical therapy, and the physical therapy was in our building. So sometimes in the middle of the day, I would go out for 1 hour, 1.5 hours, everyone, and then I would stay later, of course. But in general, everyone was so relaxed about it. Like, you know, like even though it was at 3 o'clock that I would go. And then the art director that I worked on, like, like again, there was a lot of, you were very in good touch with everyone who you were working with. And that's what really disappointed me when I got to Naughty Dog. Like Naughty Dog, again, I just wanted to get back to AAA games because I was away for so long. So I was willing to accept a lot of this. So I went with certain expectations that, hey, just work hard in this like 6 months that you are there. I just want to get back to AAA. But like it was shocking for me. Even if you remember, we were like at Sledgehammer, and you could go talk to Glenn anytime. He was so chill. You can, you know, bring ideas to him, you know. But Naughty Dog, even though it's a first party, like, you know, it's their own title, it's a lead studio. But when you go there, like, there's so much divide. That, to be frank, in the time that I was there, I only met the creative director of the game once, just like in an elevator, and I introduced myself to him. I was just, hi Neil, like, you know, I started working here. And like, they don't, like the upper management of the studio, I don't think, they just look at you as a number per se, like just to finish this game. But you are not someone who's like essentially, oh, we are ingraining you as the core of the studio, like other people would have communication with you. It was very, I personally did not like the culture at all, but like it was also shocking coming from such a family vibe of like, you know, Pocket Gems. And again, even like Sledgehammer, we were very united, like, you know, during Advanced Warfare, even though we were like 150, 200, we knew everyone, we collaborated with everyone, the ideas were flowing, but I think, it was very difficult for me to adjust to some of that at Naughty Dog.
Commenting a bit more on the culture shock, do they try to at least have some activities during your 6 months there? I mean, I totally agree that you got to be there at least 2 years before one of the leads actually look at you when they're giving you tasks. Yeah. Because they're, you know, it really is every year they have a whole truckload of contractors come in to help finish development. And a lot of those don't make the cut, and we can talk about that a bit more in a bit. But what kind of stuff do you feel like? I mean, they are a pretty big studio.
the problems are pretty widely known. I mean, were there conversations about this while you were there with your colleagues about, hey man, it seems like we just come in here and work and leave really late? I mean, is there any other picture that you feel like while you were there that you felt like, hey, they're making some kind of effort, a little picnic here and there? I used to laugh at that, but like, what kind of efforts have they been making just to paint them in a fair picture?
I honestly think they did a little effort, because actually the location of the studio of Naughty Dog is in this like nice building that has a lot of like water park, like there's a park area essentially around it. It's a nice area. So if you want to go for a walk lunchtimes, it's pretty nice. And they do a little events here and there. I'm not like saying they don't. And actually, like every Friday, like, you know, they have a bagel day or something like that. They typically do these sort of events. But like when I'm saying like there's no unity, like let's say somebody is cooking something it's just for their own group. There's no like, oh, hey, the rest of the team, we have like, you know, I made this like great, like, you know, cookie basket, and come and share in the kitchen with us. Like, you know, it wasn't, there is a divide. There is no like company-wide email like that. It's just like, if you go to kitchen and you see something, you pick it up, but there is no like, hey, who should I thank for this? Like, you know, there's none of that. But I think that part is fine. And yeah, sometimes for me, it was just a divide between the contracts and again, even like some of the Sony stuff, because Naughty Dog is a Sony team. So there's certain like Sony benefits that go with one side that, hey, all the full times you have these, you know, Sony activities that you can do, but the contracts cannot, you know, enjoy any of that.
Hey, so we are almost near the end of day one for GDUX, and it's the perfect time for me to introduce my next presenter. I will be continuing the trend of changing the pace, because that is what makes GDUX so special. Damon Woods is the director of character art at Servius. He will be providing a technical breakdown of his personal project, in which he remastered the Monstars team, taking the original Space Jam concept and reimagining it with a roster of current favorite NBA superstars. At least his favorite, right? This presentation is not just about looking at how he made his cool art, but instead we'll be diving deep on how he approached the marketability aspect of his personal work. Making a cool picture is always a fun undertaking for any artist, but at the end of the day, we've been learning how to brand ourselves and sell ourselves better. That's what we've been doing up till now. So we are trying to be better salesmen in addition to becoming better artists. It's that deadly combination that makes Damon Woods' work stand ahead above the rest. All right, Damon, I'm going to pipe you in now. And so now everyone should be able to hear you, dude. How you doing? What? Oh, I'm hearing a robot voice. Oh, your teeth. What's going on? Are you doing that on purpose? All right. So we do have like a little audio feed for some reason. Let me kind of figure this out. That's part of the fun. I do see like an audio coming in, but for some reason, if you try talking, all right, he's gonna reconnect. A little bit camera shy. So in the meantime, I'm gonna sing and dance for you guys. It's actually a good time for y'all to connect with us on Discord, ask any questions throughout the stream here, and follow us on Twitter at GDUX. I mean, you might look at the nameplate. I mean, I spent the time making it for you guys. It shouldn't be that hard to find. In addition, this is just day one. So if you like the content today, I hope to see you tomorrow, same time as before, from 10 a.m. Pacific time to 5 p.m. And even though in between all the presenters, The focus has always been about the current conditions of the game industry, especially with COVID-19 kind of hitting the airwaves, restricting a lot of developers, forcing a lot of developers working from home. We just ran a segment talking about how contract work is on the rise instead of full-time positions. Tomorrow is going to be more about the future of the industry, and even a little segment about reacting to Unreal Engine 5 and what that looks like. So I do see Damon, but I'm not getting an audio feed this time. So while we are going to figure that out in the background, I'm going to take some time here to do some technical fix some technical difficulties. So hold on, guys, while we get Damon online and get it working, because you do not want to hear me talk on my own the whole time. So let me kind of switch over and get that working with him. In the meantime, enjoy some soothing jazz music. Oh, so that's part of the joy and fun. So Damon, do you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. It's just like a robot alien.
No, you're good now.
Alright,
I
cool,
believe if you put on your screen again, your webcam, I'll be able to see you, and the good people out there can find you. So let me just check the community out there to make sure that we're not getting any weird loop and feedback. But once you get your webcam up, we can get started, man.
Oh yeah, it's up.
Oh, is it up? Ah, it disappeared.
Yeah.
What?
I think your little logo is from your Google.
Oh,
Meet
my
is on there.
logo is dominating it. All right, give me a sec. Oh man, this is the joy of live stream, guys. This is my mistake.
Yeah, man. No, we don't have to benefit of editing here.
Nah, this goes straight to the feed. One sec, guys.